video series by Private. Welcome to Unlock, our new video series by Private. Through this series, we aim to bring to you complex legal issues emerging out of regulation, legislation, and judicial pronouncement. Some of these changes have a profound impact not only on our businesses, but also on the way we choose to live our lives and organize our societies. The videos are available on our website and on our newly launched YouTube channel, Trilegal Unlocked.
Hello, and a very, very warm welcome to everyone who's joined in at this very, very special gathering. It is indeed the Mint India Investment Summit, something we're coining reckoning with uncertainty, and I don't think we need to explain that. First and foremost, we'd like to express our sympathy, our support, and our solidarity with everyone out there who's battling this vicious second wave of COVID. For many of us, we have felt it at a personal level. Certainly, for all of us, we have felt it at an organizational level or a slightly broader level. So, each one of you and everything that all of us are frankly going through at this point. Let me also say that one thing has become clear as we've stepped into 2021. The coronavirus is not a temporary virus, and neither is its impact. There is profound long term impact from this. It is indeed a permanent disruptor, and it has brought with it adversity. But I think that's the important takeaway over here. Adversity, responsiveness. And that responsiveness comes from leaders, from societies, from organizations, and indeed from the broader community. So, welcome again to everyone, and thank you for making the time out to join in over here. My name is Mithali Mukherjee. It's my pleasure today to introduce some of our country's most influential minds coming together, talking over the next 3 days, trying to find solutions, ideas, and ways out from what has certainly been a 1 2 punch for our economy and indeed for our country. We're going to talk about investing patterns, we're going to talk about identifying new areas to strive in, and perhaps even building a new economic imperative. Before we begin, of course, I'd like to thank very much our esteemed partners for making this summit happen, for bringing so many thought leaders together. So, our deepest gratitude to our presenting partner, Trilegal, to our co sponsor, MIDC, that's Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, and of course to our associate sponsor, CoinDCX. As we commence the summit, much of our communication now is virtual, so please don't forget to join in and share some of your learnings on social media as you may choose to. Our hashtag on Twitter is hashtag MintIIS, and we hope to keep hearing from you on everything that you're gleaning from this conversation. May I first and foremost invite our editor-in-chief at Mint, who's Shrutijit Kumar, to come in to speak about what the world is facing at this point, what India must struggle through, and what the tone and tenor of our conversation is going to be over the next 3 days. Shrutijit, the stage is yours. Welcome. We'd love to hear from you.
Good afternoon. A warm and hearty welcome to the Mint India Investment Summit 2021. We have 3 days of stimulating conversations lined up for you. We look forward to hosting all of you and learning from the stellar lineup of speakers and sessions this event has in store. This is the third edition of the India Investment Summit, which has become a definitive event on the annual calendar of India's investment community. This year, unfortunately, it is taking place in the backdrop of a very difficult time for all of us. The second wave of COVID-19 has wreaked havoc in our communities. We are all impacted to varying degrees, and our sympathies are with everyone who is affected by this pandemic. This event is fully virtual, and all participants and organizers will be joining us remotely. In some ways, this somber backdrop is also a reminder of the importance of priorities and efficient allocation of capital. We've now been made acutely aware of the pressing need for greater investments in public health, as well as the need to accelerate innovation in all aspects of medical technology. The audience and the speakers at this event are influential decision makers in the allocation of capital, and I hope we can all play a part in our own ways in making sure the right kind of R&D and innovation is supported and backed by patient capital. Times like these drive home the point that the return on investment needs to be considered more broadly and should take into account the beneficial impact on society, whether it is in financial inclusion, health, education, environment, or infrastructure. Before the second wave hit, we had seen the resilience of the Indian economy that steadily bounced back from the first wave and the subsequent national lockdown that shut down our economy for a prolonged period last year. We fought this virus and its economic impact together and emerged stronger in many ways. It now looks like we might have to hunker down yet again to overcome this deadly challenge. India has undertaken a massive vaccination program, and we can only hope that its successful execution over this year will help neutralize this pandemic. I hope we emerge from this crisis stronger, and I certainly hope we can take back and incorporate into our work and decisions the right insights from our discussions at this forum over the next 3 days. I welcome all of you once again, and I hope you have a great time with us. Over to you.
Kshitiji, thanks very much for that. And I think you've really set out some of the big goals that we have going into this year. Certainly, our work is cut out for us. So, as promised, we're going to dive right into it. The conversations that you will hear will be about how to figure out ways out, but also opportunities that have opened up. So, let me, without further ado, set the agenda for the first conversation we're having today, the big picture, emerging themes from the pandemic. As Shrutijit was pointing out and has been documented now, the end of last year seemed like there was economic recovery coming in from India. At this point, there are certainly question marks on what the road ahead looks like. But equally, I think there's been a large period of and a large arc of learning. So, what are the new themes looking like? What kind of pivots have organizations made? What do consumers want, and how are consumers working at this point? So much to consider, and many, many voices join me to talk about that. May I present the influential list that will be talking about the emerging themes from the pandemic. Vijay Shekhar Sharma, who's founder and CEO at Paytm, Ritu Arora, who's CEO and Chief Investment Officer at Allianz Investment Asia, Nishant Parikh, who's partner at Trilegal, Praveer Sinha, CEO at Tata Power, Zareen Daruwala, she's Cluster CEO India and South Asia Markets for Standard Chartered Bank. And of course, I will be steering that conversation. So let me first invite on screen all our distinguished panelists. and the track that you have run, you're not alien to managing a crisis. But the question at this point and this year and this situation is, how do you manage a crisis when the unknown part of the crisis is unlike anything any of us have ever seen in our professional lives?
Yeah, I think, Mitali, the point is very important to know that the second wave has changed the way we used to believe that how COVID has been handled in this country. I believe that first wave was incredibly well done in a way. I mean, it was a crisis. We did lose some, we lost some people, and we did have economic significant downturn there. But at the same point in time, the second wave sort of has hurt us in there where it is where it matters more. Basically, my concern is that what happens after second wave will be longer term than we imagined it would have been. And today I can say, as a consumer or as a businessman, both, I'm more worried about it, how the Indian economy will look like in few years forward, considering that impact of wave one was already in a negative way. Now, yes, there is an opportunity like a silver lining in such dark cloud. There is no doubt about it. Consumer behavior, we all as citizens have learned a lot. So discipline of kind, in a way. I mean, go to a small town, people are wearing mask, and go to a large town or gathering, people are wearing mask. Would have never expected such a social change, including the business wise. I could say, like, that we run the payments business, so the significant penetration of that. While there are many good things, I still remain very conscious to say, very concerned to say that how economy will shape up, we get to see probably towards the end of May, not yet, because we right now are in a rising tide of what we have to handle.
No, absolutely. And I think perhaps multiple waves from here, Vijay. As we speak, the impact of this second wave is hitting many B cities, many other metros as well. Celine, let me turn to you, because I think the idea is also to share the learnings. And I think 2020 perhaps was a very, very sharp arc of learning. For the financial industry, what would you say the big learnings and takeaways are that can be deployed at a point like this?
Yeah, so Mitali, actually, I think last year we saw a significant push towards digitization. Even customers who were earlier hesitant to embrace digital modes of engagement embraced it quite rapidly. We saw I think UPI numbers are known to everybody, the way it's 41 lakh crores kind of volumes that we saw. We also saw, for example, our own savings and credit card customers onboarding, it's almost 95, 98% coming digitally. And it's obviously people are quite nervous about entering a bank branch. And as far as possible, customers are embracing digital. Also in the service journey, about 70 to 80% is self-service mode, and people are less and less using the call center. So we've seen quite a pattern of very quick embracing. That's from the retail side. On the corporate side, we've always very advanced on digital with our customers, but even there, the few that had not taken on, online trade, online, trying to avoid checks, etc., all of them have slowly and swiftly embraced digital. So that's one big learning. The second big learning for us has been that I think for the women in the workforce, it will be far easier if they want to take a 1 or 2 year break for them to work from home, because now it's very established that the productivity doesn't get impacted if somebody is working from home. So to me, that's a very important thing for women going forward, to actually, if they need to take a mid-career break, they don't need to really take a true break. They can actually work from home and keep their job. So these are two big takeaways for me from the last time. But I think we have to watch how this next few months play out. My personal view is at least June, July will really tell us which way the tide is turning, because clearly the shortage of vaccination, etc., is creating a little bit of setback in terms of the pace at which, unless we have 50% of the population vaccinated, we will not see a clear shift for the better.
No, absolutely. And I think those are two extremely important points, digitization, of course, but also the fact that perhaps now we're looking at a slightly wider workforce, at least in a particular segment, and more opportunity for them. But on this point about digitization, let me turn to Ritu. Ritu, what's your experience been from the insurance side of the story in terms of how digitization has been, the big learning for your industry coming out of 2020? You'll need to unmute, please, Ritu. Oops, I think we're having a bit of a problem over there. We're going to go back to Ritu in just a second. Let me check if Mr. Sinha is here. Mr. Sinha, just checking if you can hear me and see me okay?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for joining in, sir. You have the deepest roots as an old economy company and with the most institutional knowledge. How difficult was 2020 for you first, and what was the big learning you think from your point of view?
Thank you, Mitali, for having me on this panel discussion. Well, I come from an industry which is essential services, and for us, we don't have the luxury of work from home. Right from day one, not for a second, of our plants or network not operate. And this is a requirement in terms of having people to come every day to work. And I think what is important and what has been the great learning is how, as a company, and not only but also many of the others who are there in the power sector, how they have been continuously working and ensuring that we supply electricity to people so that they can work from home. Because if you don't have electricity, there is no work from home, there is no internet, and there is no mobile payment that can happen. So I think the power sector has been very, very brave, has shown tremendous amount of resilience and a tremendous amount of determination. Of course, it is a challenge. After all, everyone today sees what's happening and everyone's scared for life. And so also is the case with all my team members, where they are worried, their family members are worried every day in the morning when they come to work. There is a fear, and there are a large number of people. I have nearly 20,000 people who are working continuously. And they, of course, come on shift, and we've done the rota system whereby they continuously come for 12 hours and then come on the alternate day. But nonetheless, this is a requirement wherein you need to take all precautions, all safety, and also ensure that the work that you do goes seamlessly without any interruption. So I think the learning in this, and the biggest learning is the hope that we had that things will come out. This is a difficult phase. This is not a phase which will be there for all times to come. And I think the determination and the hope that we are in a problem, but the human spirit in difficult times always comes up and comes up with new solutions and new ways of doing. And I think this has been the real win of the human spirit, that even under very adverse conditions, we can be together and we can work and deliver results.
And God knows that is being tested at this point. So just a request to all my speakers to speak up a little bit. I think the audio is a bit soft and people are straining to hear you. Ritu, welcome back. I'm glad the internet issues are sorted. I was asking you about digitization for the insurance industry. Yeah.
Thank you, Mitali. So, representing one of the largest insurance companies in the world, we are very pleasantly surprised by a change that we see. Once insurance has been understood and true realization for the need of insurance, be it businesses, be it households, be it health. So there is a very different pull that we are seeing across the world and specifically in India, and a keen interest to understand the different products, the different services that insurance offers. So that is a key change. Of course, digitization is the pillar on which I think insurance industry will develop going forward. And this significantly changes two things. One is the reach, the distribution itself, which is otherwise a very expensive and complex part of insurance business. And second is the customer experience. So that has really improved significantly. So how insurance will be consumed, purchased, the duration for which everything will be impacted and changed for the better here. The second trend I see from where I'm sitting, Mitali, as an investment person within insurance, is the focus on ESG and all the three pillars of environment, social, and governance. And this is a very significant change because now businesses are even more determined, and institutional investors like ours are even more determined to only provide capital to sustainable business models, environment friendly with good governance, and there's more consciousness towards the corporate social responsibility. So ESG, I think, will be a key theme which had already started but had got much strengthened across the globe and also in India. We are one of the better ones in Asia leading the path. That will be a defining trend going forward.
Nishant, the onerous task of putting all this together now lies on your shoulders. From everything you've heard, both good and bad, how would you set out the path for 2021, and what do you think might be the big strains? I mean, digitization is clearly one, but as was pointed out by Mr. Sinha, one size is not fitting all.
Thanks, Mitali. So, I actually feel that, one of the things that Mr. Sinha spoke about, human spirit, is running slightly short today, unfortunately. When this pandemic started last year, we could see across our organizations, across client organizations, we could see a lot of human spirit to come together and to be resilient and to focus on work and to focus on business. Unfortunately, this year in the second wave, I feel that some of that human spirit is breaking. And I think that's where it's important to really highlight, and I'm sure all of the panels over the next 3 days will be able to do that in a substantive way. We need to highlight effective pandemic management. This is not stuff that gets taught in schools or in colleges, but it's very important, I think, to learn from history. In the last influenza pandemic that this country faced, we lost 40 million lives. Globally, 70 million lives were lost in within a span of between 1817 to 1920 across various pandemics. There were 70 million lives that were lost, but 40 million of those were in this country. And I think a lot of the things that existed back then perhaps exist today as well, right? So I actually believe that the role of government and policy becomes extremely important in these times. It's almost like a war, and therefore we need to spend on our hospitals and on our healthcare system like we would spend on a war, right? I think there are three elements really, and ultimately, if you look at it, right, we're all talking about the economy and the future of the economy. It's extremely important to mitigate some of the impacts today for this economy to get up on its feet when the impact of this pandemic is a little under control. And that basically means three things that you have to focus as far as policy and as far as governance is concerned, you have to focus on three things. You have to focus on households, you have to focus on businesses, and you have to focus on the financial sector that supports these businesses, right?
Correct.
As far as households are concerned, you need to make sure that people don't lose their jobs, right? Where are we really talking about the government actually providing subsidies for wages to the MSME sector, right? Again, I think one of the good things that happened last year, as far as policy making was concerned, was the one-time restructuring window that the RBI had opened, right? And a lot of corporates were able to avail of that facility. I think that facility ought to be extended from a policy making perspective. It's very important that we do that. But then again, it's extremely important because since the financial sector is taking the hit, right? The government needs to step in and to support the financial sector through long-term risk capital investments or through guarantees or any other schemes that are available, right? So I think a lot of government instruments and policies really, really need to kick in for the economy. And forget the economy. I think right now we're talking about human lives, right? For all of these things to come together.
Yeah. Zareen, let me take one part of that, towards you, because certainly building from this devastation will be a large duty of the financial industry, something that sort of came up wanting in 2020 as well. A lot of schemes were put out, but banks still seemed quite reluctant to lend. Given the apocalypse type situation we are living through as we speak, where we do not even know what the extent of economic damage might be, how do you think banks are going to be involved in that process? And how do you think they're going to start contributing to providing the financial legs to stand back up?
Mithali, last time I would say one thing that worked brilliantly was the ECLGS scheme. And frankly, the response was quite good. And it helped the MSME sector really bounce back. Just to take some numbers, almost 250,000 crores was given under that scheme, and 9.23 million borrowers availed it, out of which 8.75 were MSME, 8.75 million were MSME. So it was very timely, and it helped the MSMEs tide over this. Having said that, I think we have to see the next 2-3 months, because if we continue to see that kind of impact, then we'll need another round of a ECLGS equivalent. The beauty of that scheme was that it did not dent the fiscal side of the government, but it enabled cash flow being given in the hands of the borrowers to meet, even simple things like wages or their working capital needs, etc. So some of the measures which were taken last year did have the positive impact. The second measure which was taken was the margin money, which needs to be there for working capital, that was reduced, apart from the one-time restructuring. So I would say a lot of measures which really helped, and the moratorium, of course, which was given, which was very, very timely. I think it would be important to evaluate the next 2-3 weeks and then decide the second round of measures, which may be needed again as a handholding to the various segments of the society. ECLGS can be extended, particularly, I think, what we thought last year was sectors like hotels, tourism, airlines, etc. It's a 1-year problem. It's turning out to be much longer. For any company, however strong their financials may be, to take a 2-year kind of drop in revenue or near zero revenue for a lot of the companies, it's very, very hard. So I think a helping hand for certain very, very affected sectors will be needed.
Vijay, two-part question for you. One, how do you think the landscape has changed for you as well? There are reports now that cash holdings are at the highest that they have been, in the last couple of years because of the needs of people. There are medical emergencies, there are other exigencies, and cash is king right now. That's one. That's not to take away from the phenomenal growth that your industry has seen. And secondly, how do you keep going with that growth ideal as an organization? Are you still focused on P&Ls? Do you start looking at acquisitions more carefully? How do you align the landscape with your own growth potential or your own growth targets?
Yeah. I think the biggest problem that we have here is that there is a customer interest which is digital driving digital, whether it is payment, whether it is banking, whether it is lending or insurance and so on. Very clearly that is happening. But the bigger problem I fundamentally believe is that we as technology enabled sort of financial service providers, whether they are many banks are also technology enabled, enable and capable. We need to go beyond the typical industry size that we've reached. I mean, Mitali, you will be surprised as a fact. I mean, I was surprised when I got to know that as of 2020 end, in the beginning of 21, there were only 89 million customers in bureau. Legally, that means that only 89 million Indians have a credit right now applied or taken from a formal organization. Now, like we just heard Jareen talk about that there would be not just a 1 year, but there will be a 2 year of or more than 1 year of distress here. How do we increase this 90 million customer to at least double of that? I mean, while we keep talking about and government keep talking about that there are so less number of people who are paying tax, I'm saying there are so less number of people in a country of billion plus. I mean, this is a rounding error in our population count, by the way. I mean, let's just understand. And then my intention here is to say that can technology enable disbursement of financial products or lending for that matter, loan for that matter in this moment to that edge and corner? Obviously, the payments as a digital, the banking as a digital is taking off. Can this digital enable that? Obviously, there is no doubt about it that there are new models required, new kind of commercials and math, and there is a stress across everyone. I was very happy to see that all the financial institutions have posted record profits. I mean, RBI also brought that they won't issue dividend in short time. Well, that simply means that there has to be a disbursement, and disbursements, I believe, will be technology led. And I think banks and NBFCs and regulator and government should look up to or partnering with financial technology organizations, those who have technology as a reach to the customer, and double this number of people who are having formal lending. Industry will grow. Industry will grow. Payment is a very fundamental need. People have understood. One interesting fact I can share to everyone is earlier when we launched Paytm QR code way back in 2015, it was tough for us to convince that there is a reason that you should have it because number of consumers were not so many. Plus, at the same point in time, more or less everybody was concerned that there will be a white transaction, which means there will be a log and record. Should I do it or not? That fear and that restriction has gone out of the window now. So there's a network effect now. More consumer, more merchant are now agreeing and ready and are keenly looking forward to digital payment methods. The time has come to take the trend into a commercially, economically benefit part, especially in this distress. We shouldn't be happy and contented with digital payment growth. We should ask for what digital payment industry can do for economy, not just what economy can convert to digital payment industry.
Mr. Sinha, what can the digital payment universe do for the economy? Because this is not an equal crisis; it is an unequal crisis. The impact on MSMEs or self-employed people has been far greater than it has on many other parts of the industry. How do we do this? How do we get the guys who are doing okay to help the guys who are clearly not doing okay?
First of all, I think digital payment is something which has come there. We have retail consumers. We have nearly 12 million retail consumers. They are in urban areas. They are also in rural areas. And we find that over last 1 year, in fact, last few years, and especially in last 1 year, the usage has gone up to nearly 80-85%, in some places more than 90%, in fact. So that means that people are using, even in villages, the digital payment mechanism. In slums in Delhi, people are using it. And I think that's something where people are not questioning the benefit of it, but are using benefit out and make their payments. Is that on the technology front, I think there is a whole lot of benefit, and the narrative that has changed, and Ritu mentioned about the ESG, that's a change that is happening, that we are seeing, whether it is in the mobility, that change is happening, electric mobility is now gathering speed, and so also the narrative on renewables and clean energy. And I think going forward, some of the technology interventions that are happening will get more embedded in the ecosystem of the power sector. And we will find more and more of people using some of these technologies. And when people use the new age technologies, which is basically the mobility and on the renewable front, they are also trying to use many of the other newer technologies where information technology, which was not used earlier, today is being used so that you can on real-time basis monitor the generation of electricity and its usage, and also controlling the usage of it. So I think there is a huge convergence that is happening, both the electrical technology and information technology, and the benefit of that will come because that would mean that you would optimize the resources rather than just creating resources and using it for certain period of time. So I think it's a great opportunity for the country, and that's the benefit that one is looking at.
Absolutely, sir. And I think from your industry as well, there's lots to learn. I was speaking with Naushad Forbes a couple of weeks back, and he made the point that if we want to learn social distancing norms and following rank and procedure, we have to learn it from someone who works a factory. That's where it happens the best. Ritu, there's of course the other big to watch out for, I think, for your industry, which is FDI and insurance. It was a big moment during the budget as well. It's really put your industry up there. Do you think this is another track that we need to look at more carefully, opening up more industries, inviting more FDI in, ensuring that the money is coming in to help industries that can actually help economic recovery for us?
Sure. I think it's come together quite well for insurance. One, the realization and the need. And second, now the opening up will enable best products, technology, the latest pay as you use kind of insurance products. I think we'll see a lot more of that with this FDI increase. Also, what we see is insurance, pensions are very sustainable long-term investors, especially in infrastructure. And I expect a fair bit of capital flow to come in, not just as capital into insurance companies, but capital into the infrastructure, which I think has become quite obvious. This pandemic and the crisis has heightened the fact that we are really need to invest in infrastructure, be it in health, be it in connectivity, be it education. So the lack of it has become more sharply in focus. And I think this is the second part. Not just insurance will get better capitalized, better products, but we will see sustainable money flowing into other parts of the economy.
Nishant, let me ask you a question and let me hope for a candid answer over here, because we're talking about, emerging themes and the big picture and what we've learned. One point of criticism from 2020 was that corporate India largely was not talking truth to the government. They were not telling them how deep the crisis was, how badly it had affected people at an individual level. I'm talking about unemployment numbers that are raging and have probably taken another big bash through the last few months. Do you think this could and should be a big learning going into 2021 for corporate India to be far more forceful about the severity of the situation and the need for urgent, policy decision making and policy intervention?
Absolutely. I think, let me first talk about the good thing, right? Over the last 3 to 4 years, we've actually seen a lot of good dialogue between industry associations as well as the government. And we get involved in a number of these situations because we have to help out in the policy ideation, or to sometimes even draft policies and put them before various governments and ministries for their consideration, right? So there is actually at all times an extremely healthy dialogue between industry and government, right? I just feel that right? we had an extremely good opportunity, right, to do some of the things, especially on the healthcare side, right, which perhaps we might have, and again, you can't blame anyone because at the end of the day, it's not something that anyone has been extremely experienced in. But uh, but yes, I think this is probably the time for industry to come together and to the needs, especially on the healthcare and the infrastructure side, some of which is now starkly in front of everybody to see. So I don't think this is going to be so much of an understanding issue or whether the government is receptive to suggestions. The government, I think, will be receptive. It's perhaps time to continue that dialogue in the right direction. That's what's more important.
Vijay, this is a topic you've been fairly open about, both on social media and otherwise. So let me ask you, because I think this was another big sort of strand that came out from 2020, and we're talking about emerging themes, which is tech supremacy and this battle between the perceived titans at this point, which is, the US on the one hand and China on the other. What role do you think India and corporate India that is involved in anything tech has to play at this point? And do you think this is the time for us to strike very hard in terms of making our own voices heard?
Yeah, I mean, clearly 2021 or post 2020, it is more and more clear that whether it is governance, whether it is education, whether it is financial services, everything is going to be led by technology. And technology stands for smartphones. Smartphones means literally two companies in the world. And for India, it is incidentally one company at a 95+% of penetration. So if we as company and if we as country believe that we want to leverage the technology for our citizens' growth or governance and everything else, we cannot at least do it on a private company's platform, which is, I mean, RBI talks about concentration risk. I want to show here that concentration risk of a order of magnitude is here, and that organization surprisingly has publicly quoted that I am not governed by your country's laws and order. So thank you so much for sending me a notice, but I don't accept it. I don't think that I need to say it in many more words, but saying we are at mercy and control of someone. Yes, I mean, cyber world is more or less controlled. It's like saying that we were a country whose land was leased from someone. It's equally literally like that, because the law and the rule of the cyber law is controlled by a commercial agreement, not by a intent commitment or something. And big companies have their own issues, concerns, activity style, methods, and they are commercial organizations. They are not for good for customers. I mean, so I'm not taking any company's name here, but I can say that there's a big tech who's going to rule the cyber world, internet world, or online world for us. Every country, especially India, for whom the distribution of any service that you can take, thanks to lockdown teaching that it is even more important, must take it. That how do you deal with, how do you make these platforms more aligned to the citizens of the country? I understand that business conflicts will exist, but at the same point of time, you must know it's a class. I was talking to someone and I was quoting that this is sort of a tiering thing. That there is a law, that there is a regulator, and then there is a court, and then there is Google. That's a hierarchy of rule that we follow. Because a commercial organization say, "Thank you so much, vetoed out, bye, get out."
There you go.
So,
You didn't say it, but you said it.
Nishant will understand what I'm trying to say. I mean, oh, you are logically legal, perfect. You're good. You're doing according to regulator. You're good. Oh yes, Supreme Court, High Court, Supreme Court rulings are fine. You're good. Not good.
So what do you want to see change, and what do you expect to see change realistically?
If I, as an individual, could have answers of such complex problem which world's large economies, developed or developing, both are grappling with, I would have been the someone extraordinary. My point is to point out to the problem, and obviously different countries will negotiate it differently. And in the context of a developing nation which have high young demography as an advantage, we cannot even give up on our future. I mean, there will be a country who would be very happily accepting everything. I mean, Philippines took what US gave to them very happily, and there's nothing wrong about it. But as a country, if we believe that we would not be a market or we would be a producer of or owning our own destiny, we have a choice. The point is, this choice is going in next 2 or 3 years, and pandemic has shown what a dependency we have on this technology.
Mm. Zareen, this one, this one came out of the blue, but perhaps for the financial sector, the regulatory body was more empathetic to their condition. If you had to line out the 2 or 3 crises that you see already forming and taking shape, that you would want the RBI or the finance ministry to take cognizance of and arrest immediately, what would it be? Would it be a continued rout in terms of bad loans for corporates? Do you think that you would start worrying about what's happening at the retail right now? What are the 2 or 3 things that you think need immediate attention before it starts hemorrhaging?
So Mithali, actually last year, surprisingly, corporate sector did not give the kind of high impact NPAs to the banking sector as was feared, thanks to some of the ECLGS, etc., one-time restructuring, etc. measures. In fact, interestingly, what played out for banks was the retail side, in fact, because of job loss, genuine customers having cash flow issues. So I think the moratorium certainly helped for the retail customers. And some of those measures, if we see the situation deteriorating, may be good to have it in place in time. Again, maybe some of these measures may need to be repeated, if I was to use the word, just to ensure that we give that necessary breather to customers who are genuinely bruised due to the second wave.
Mr. Sinha, same question to you, but if you could look at it through 2 lenses. One, what you think older economy needs in terms of support right now by way of regulation or support or otherwise. And secondly, what do we do about this very, very large crisis we have in terms of unemployment? I mean, just to call a spade, a large part of the reason why corporates could manage their P&L was because there was severe cost cutting, and that happened at the cost of jobs. I mean, people are sitting unemployed at this point. There has been severe job loss. How do you address both those problems?
Last year, I think the expectation was that government will spend huge amount of money in the infrastructure sector. That did not happen, and that was the expectation to create demand not only for goods and services, but also in terms of employment opportunities that would come. I think this year around, the government should definitely look at putting large amount of money in the infrastructure development, because you have to create jobs and you have to create demand for products and services. Whatever was there last year because of the ingenuity of the Indian entrepreneurs and the hard work that they did in terms of coming back and showing a good performance, I think this cannot sustain over a period of time until unless there is some sort of support from the government. And that's I where the government needs to do. In many of the countries, even in US and Europe, they gave out dole to the people. Nothing like that was given in India to the extent that it was required. So if they do not come out and come with a very strong policy and a strong investment climate for investment, it would be very, very difficult for many sectors to continue operating. And this year around, there would be a challenge of NPAs, large-scale NPAs, because the demand is not increasing to the extent that it was expected. And this was the last time that corporate India came in and did whatever was possible. I don't think they will have the wherewithal this year to continue.
I think that's a really important point, and that's a somber point to take on board, Mr. Sinha. The fact that corporates may not be able to bear this second punch and this second hit, and there could be a rise in NPAs. Thank you for putting that out. Ritu, you touched upon ESG earlier in our conversation. What can it do at a point like this, at a point where there is this full-blown crisis that people are living through at a very individual level? What kind of role do you think ESG can take on in that context?
ESG is a strategic topic. I don't think there's a tactical solution that it can offer for the immediate crisis, which is already on hands. But it is a better way of living a life and leaving a better planet and doing it in a sustainable way. So these are changes we need to make so that we, over the next few years, can meet the climate targets, the Paris Agreement. India is already walking that talk very confidently. So it is about leaving a better world about nourishing and saving our earth. I don't think it can really provide a solution now. What I definitely see is that this pandemic will now change significantly some aspects which are part of S, for example, education, health, will change it in a very significant manner. The way we have been experiencing health support in the last few weeks has been remote, has been digital, was not how we had ever imagined we would experience a health support or education. This 1 year has changed completely how India consumed education. We had not imagined that a good teacher could possibly now teach a few thousand students in all parts of the country at the same point in time. So the way education, universities, course structures will be imparted, how health will be supported, the best doctor can now be available to the remotest village of the country through a digital connect. So I think there is a metamorphosis that will happen in some of these industries, which are a part of ESG, but not a direct correlation. Entertainment, education, health is never going to be the same again.
Nishant, while that may be true, there is also the sort of very stark realization of how our health infrastructure, and I'm talking about physical infrastructure here, has crumbled and crumbled really hard. What needs to be taken on board at this point? And do you think that the people who need to have realized that economic growth is so intrinsic to what our values of health infrastructure, of education?
Absolutely. I think the situation we have today in front of us is so clear, right, for everybody, right? That I just feel that perhaps a big portion of the defense budget perhaps needs to be moved into healthcare at the moment, because that's the sort of
Don't say that, Nishant. We have enough problems on defense as well. We need that budget.
well then borrow, right? I mean, again, if you look at the example of UK, right, they've borrowed this year as much as perhaps they did right after the end of the Second World War to rebuild their economy, right? If you look at the debt to GDP ratio, I think even though we're an emerging economy, I feel that there's still room to borrow, right? To borrow and to build out healthcare infrastructure. The other thing I'd like to talk about is that there's a lot of foreign capital waiting to be invested in the right assets, as long as the opportunities are showcased in the right manner. There's so much global liquidity because of all the monetary measures that governments around the world have taken. I feel that a lot of that capital can find its way into the country and in extremely productive healthcare assets. Number one. Two, I think there's another way, and our honorable finance minister in the budget this year put the direction in front of us, which was to monetize assets and to privatize assets. Right? I just feel that the pace of monetizing and privatizing assets can go up significantly, and then create the sort of resources for us to then channel those into the healthcare sector.
Just 5 minutes left to our conversation. Vijay, final word with you, because you have a finger on the pulse of what's happening with on a very individual basis. You know how people are spending, what they're spending towards, what the trends are looking like. Compared to the situation in 2020, what would you paint the situation in 2021 to be like? What is it that you're seeing?
So 2020, we saw lockdown was like a hot potato drop. And right now we are saying a slow gradual lending, but it is dropping. So even though there is no legally official lockdown, people themselves are scared and they aren't spending in physical world. So our offline payment transactions are a classic trend. The big cities are down, small cities are sort of flattish, not growing. And if you notice, last year it was an obligation to go down, but it is going towards that direction. But obviously, more users and more transactions have joined the hand, so overall it may not look like that much. But I can say on ground, people are a lot more scared. By the way, that's the funny thing. So people are more comfortable using payments, but economic activity is significantly denting that.
And you would expect to see a bigger crunch than what we saw in 2020 in terms of economic growth generally?
Individually, I perceive that this one is a far more costly for economy movement, because all of us from various other industries, even if we were in a lockdown at that point of time, right now we have to divert everything here. A lot of it's sort of hitting the young population a lot more. The deaths are a lot more. COVID has reached the house actually. Earlier it was sort of somewhere in vicinity, but right now it is in the home, and that hurts. That sort of shakes you. So it'll take time for India to recover from the second wave. And I wish that there is no third wave. Right now, I'm scared now, understanding what can happen, that there is no third wave. These mutations are crazy. Our vaccines are not mRNA. We don't know what it is.
Oh,
Actually, the
absolutely.
problem is that if there is a third wave, we as an economy will go really, really bad. So this, even though we can crib about that, government or bureaucrats or doctors or whatever were not ready, I'm saying, can we just make sure that we are not falling into the next fall down, next trap? Because that would be fatal and a blow of a different level. Right now we know that we will take time to come back, but yes, there is a hope. And there is a, I mean, it takes time to we all, the water is on our nose. That time we will be below, sinking.
From a startup founder who's so optimistic, these are certainly words to take on board, Vijay. My thanks to all my panelists today for joining in and making this such a fast and open conversation. I really appreciate your time and thoughts. I think it's really set the tone for what the next 3 days may look like. It is a difficult road ahead. There are no two ways about it, and everyone really needs to dig in their heels and put in whatever effort they can. Thank you to all of you for joining us today in this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
So that's the first and foremost conversation, and we hope it's sort of just giving you a flavor of everything you're going to hear through the course of the next 3 days. We're trying to bring in the brightest minds to talk about solutions, but also to be extremely cognizant of the problems and the challenges that we face as an economy and within specific sectors as well. Keeping with that tone, may I move to our next guest, who has also a great deal of institutional knowledge and experience in terms of having ridden through many of these waves, economic and otherwise. There are, of course, so many directions in which this entire crisis could go, but our hope is that it goes into one of relief, that it goes into one of rehabilitation, and it goes into one where there is more equitable spread for everyone that has been impacted by COVID. Let me introduce, without further ado, our second keynote address for today's gathering. Ajay Piramal, chairman of the Piramal Group, will be joining in. He will present his keynote speech in just a little bit, and that will be followed by a fireside chat where we'll get to know a little more about how he's thinking about the road ahead. So let me introduce Mr. Ajay Piramal, who will be speaking with our audience now. Sir, the floor is yours. a quick note to everyone who's watching. Our sincere apologies for the delay. Mr. Piramal is stuck in a tech crisis at this point. He is trying to join in at the earliest. Of course, that will be followed by a fireside chat as well. So we hope to hear from him in just a little bit. We ask for your patience and we apologize again for this. We will try to be back and we will try to have his address on at the earliest. Thank you very much. Our sincere apologies for the delay. There was tech trouble, as there usually is these days. But I am now very, very glad to welcome and to bring into this gathering Mr. Ajay Piramal, Chairman of the Piramal Group. We've been talking about the very many challenges that lie ahead, and all of us could do with some wise words from someone who's seen many waves of that, both in terms of economic dips and otherwise. Mr. Piramal, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. We'd love to hear from you first before we move to the fireside chat.
No, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to everybody. And I look forward to this interaction on the fireside chat.
We were hoping to hear a few words from you, sir, first on how the situation, and then we'll dive right into it.
Okay. No, I think sometime at the same time last year, we had thought we were struck by what happened with COVID-19, and it came as a big shock to us. And things were really down at that time. Somewhere or the other, I think we managed to go through this period. The first 3 months up to June were difficult, but I found that after that, a lot of measures that were taken, whether it was dealing with the migrant crisis, whether it was seeing that food could be reached to the poorest and the deprived, and how industry could start working again. All these steps were taken. I think the government, along with the RBI, took many significant steps, which we saw that the economy going back into improving steadily and going into full gear towards the last quarter. I think somewhere today as well, we are in that solemn mood, and this is quite a depressing sight when you hear and see the stories. But I think we need to take lessons that we did last time and build upon them. What we did last time was, I think there were several big things that had done last time. As I said, whether it was to reach some direct benefit transfer to the poorest of the people, the economic recovery was through government investment, the economic recovery was through enough liquidity being available in the system. I think we need to ensure that. And this time we have the added advantage that we have also vaccinations. We have been able to vaccinate a few people. More has to be done. And I think a combination of vaccination, a combination of the steps that we took last time, which should take us out of this gloom and get ahead. Moreover, in the long term, we need many steps to be taken, and we can discuss that as we go along today.
Absolutely, sir. I think lots to discuss over there, both in terms of how we can help those that have been impacted the most, not just economically, but in terms of the lives that have been lost as well. Let me then introduce the man who will be steering the fireside conversation with you, Rajat Gupta, Senior Partner at McKinsey & Company. Rajat, I'd like you to take over now and perhaps drive some of the important points that Mr. Piramal just raised.
Thank you, Mithali. Hi, Ajay.
Hi, Rajat. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Let me just start with my first question, picking up from where you left off. You've obviously in this last year seen the pandemic from many different vantage points, both the corporation that is involved in the business of healthcare, of caring for people, as well as a philanthropist. I know very wide philanthropy activities also in the space of healthcare. What are you seeing on the ground and from those perspectives?
Rajat, I think the biggest difference I'm finding compared to what we saw last year was that this time it is a much more rural phenomenon than what it was last time. Last time, most of the diseases which you saw was really confined to the urban areas, but this time a lot of rural India has been affected. That's the place where actually the infrastructure and health and all is is very weak. And I think that's one big thing. And we work in our foundation in the 112, what are the aspirational districts. And that's where I find that one is that it is now prevalent over there, which was not there last time. Virtually, you could say it was not there. Second thing is also I find that people in many of these places there is some vaccine hesitancy because these are many of them are tribal people. Some of them are from minorities and then do not have access to all the information that sometimes we have, and that's the other big concern that I find. So this is what I'm looking at today.
So it seems like last time it bypassed our villages, and this time it's hitting them. And obviously, it may hit harder because the healthcare facilities and the infrastructure is obviously poorer.
Yes, but I think even during this time, during last time, and there were challenges because there were a lot of migrant labor and all. I found that when people got together, we could really get the best out of things. So whether it was the government, or which was across, whether it was at the district level or the state level, the center level, the government, the NGOs, volunteer groups all got together, and I think we could face the crisis. I just hope that we will be able to do that again this year.
Maybe I'll pick on one of these stakeholders, which companies themselves, and ask you the question on, I mean, obviously companies also have reacted with great amount of compassion, alacrity, both in the last cycle and perhaps also now. What are your thoughts on that? What inspirational stories have you heard on what companies have been doing?
So I can just give you an example of what we did. We realized that in these aspirational districts, a lot of the younger people had actually moved out from the districts, from the villages into larger towns because for their employment. And we found that there were a lot of older people who were left totally alone. And therefore, we started in our foundation, along with Niti Aayog, started a initiative which was called the Surakshit Dada Dadi Nana Nani campaign, which was to really get in touch with all the people who were above 60 years old in these areas. And you'll be, really surprised and happy to know that over a period of time, in less than 6 months, we could get 100,000 volunteers from the same villages to come and start associating with us so that they could go and talk to the older people. We had 150 NGOs working in this, and as a result, 2 million senior citizens were counseled on a 1:1 basis, which made a big relief, I think. So this is one just example. I'll give you a story of this. There was this old lady who was a widow in Baharech in UP, and she was eligible for an old age pension of just 500 rupees a month. But she did not know how to get it. She had no access to it. Because of the communication she did with one of these volunteers, she actually got that money. And for her words were that, "Aap mere liye Bhagwan ke jaise hain." So even these small things, which sometimes we don't even realize 500 rupees is not a big deal for anybody in a city. But for this lady, it was all that. So these are such initiatives, and there are so many such initiatives that I've found that there are people who are willing to, even teachers, even government officials are willing to risk their lives to see that how the benefits can go on with others.
It is really wonderful to see in a crisis, the best comes out of us, and as a nation, we are coming together to face the crisis. Let me shift gears and pick on another aspect that you started with, which is the economy itself. In the context of the second wave of the pandemic, And I know this may be crystal ball gazing, but nevertheless, it'd be wonderful to get a view of what do you expect the impact on the economy to be this time? And then, therefore, then the path to recovery. Last time around, we saw some of it. Hopefully, we've learned. What do you see? What do you see this time?
So, if somebody had asked me last year at this time, I would have painted a very, very gloomy picture of what the economy would have been. So today, to say that, I would feel a bit hesitant because the experience that we saw last time was very different. I think hopefully we have learned from this last year's crisis. So what have we learned? I think one is that clearly vaccination is really important. To the extent that we can vaccinate, the more and more people we can vaccinate, I think that will make the big difference that we need to do. Besides that, if I look at all the other stuff that the government did last year, which we have spoken about earlier, I think they just need to double up on that. The third thing is that, again, the RBI has also managed the economy very well during the last 12 months. And if we can just continue on that path, I think we will be in a stronger position. Also, when I look around, I find that we may feel quite stressed about what's happening. But if I look at the IMF forecast, I look at the World Bank forecast, and I recently saw a Fitch rating forecast, which just came in a few days ago after this strong second wave. It still felt that in the medium term and the long term, the economy is strong. So we have positive things this year, better than what we had last year. We have had a strong foreign exchange reserve. Our current account deficit is virtually nothing. We are still attracting foreign investments. I think we've seen that collections for taxation and all can become robust. So I mean, I'm, let's say, being more optimistic rather than being pessimistic. There's no point doing that. And I mean, I don't know what else can one say on that. But we have to be careful. That's the only thing.
Yeah, no, I think it's a fair point. I don't know, exactly the same. I would echo those sentiments, right? So 1 year ago, as a part of the McKinsey Global Institute, I did a piece of research on what would happen to the economy right after the lockdown. Unfortunately, if you take the full year, what we said came true. We talked about a -7 or 8%, or -8 or 9% rate for the full year. Came through in a different manner. This time, I would be also more cautious. I think the recovery has been relatively quick, and I think many lessons have been taken to allow logistics to function, to even where there are localized lockdowns and so on. So I think the economy will perhaps be better managed this year. We do have to be careful, like you said, people who are out there working and have no choice but to work from home.
Also, I think, Rajat, where the larger employment is there, I think we should give some more, push some responsibility to the employers, whether it is in construction sites where there's a lot of migrant labor, or whether it is in factories and all, to ensure that there is more safety taken, there is basic health facilities are available or access to them and close by. I think some of these things we'll have to be a little more conscious of and actually insist that people do it. And that's the way you can allow to be working. So if you push that itself, people would even find there's an economic reason, because otherwise they can't function. And then they could invest in seeing that all these facilities also do come up.
Very good. Let me shift gears once more, Ajay, to your businesses. So if I look at the press last year, I've noticed that you've been quite active with deal making, right? So you've done deals with Carlyle into your main company. You've divested Piramal Glass. You acquired Naveen Fluorine and possibly BFHL, as I understand it. So there's been a lot of activity from a business perspective. What has, in a very challenging environment, what has allowed you to be this active? where many corporations have actually been looking inwards as opposed to looking outwards. And what's your secret sauce of success here?
There is no secret sauce, but let me just tell you where our thinking was. One is that we believe that in a time like this, it is liquidity which is really king, and you need to ensure that you have enough liquidity. So that is step one. And second thing is that I believe that if you have liquidity and if you have strength, then this is the time when you can actually do both acquisitions and organic growth better than what normally you could do, only because the people who are stronger will become stronger. Unfortunately, this is that environment where you need strength to become to go up higher. And so these are the two twin things that we had in mind when we did this. So when we say got in equity, got in the investment from Carlyle in our pharma business, we realized that with that sort of liquidity and strength, we actually since then have done 3 acquisitions. One in the U.S., another one which we have announced at the end of March called Hemo Pharmaceuticals, which we will complete, I guess, in the first quarter of this year, and the Naveen Fluorine acquisition. So that's what we recognize, that at this time, if you have liquidity, you can do this. Second thing, you spoke about the acquisition of DHFL. I mean, we had looked at DHFL sometime in 2019, and at that time it was at a significantly higher value than what it was available today. It was a competitive process, and I think we got there. We wouldn't have been able to or at least even bid and be a successful bidder had it not been for the liquidity that we generated from selling one other asset. So this is the combination. I think sometimes when you can where you can get full value, it's worth exiting out and then investing in something which we believe has a greater potential in the future. Now, time will tell whether we are right or wrong, but that was our thinking.
You've been acquisitive forever, as long as I've known you, certainly, and you've usually been very successful with these acquisitions. So all the best. Let me now let me ask you a question on the pandemic has forced all of us to change our ways of working. How much of that do you think is temporary, and what are things that will persist?
So lots of it is going to be permanent, as you know. I don't expect people to work from office all the time, 5, 6 days a week for the rest of the year. I see that will come down. And we've seen that during the pandemic. You spoke about these transactions we did. Actually, we've done these all during the pandemic. So you can sometimes be as effective, if not more, if you are working from home. So that doesn't mean you can totally work from home and not go to office. I think you need to go to office because sometimes, at least I personally feel I miss the personal contact and the emotion. In all these meetings which are held virtually, it's a set agenda. There's a time it begins, it's time it ends, but there's nothing else to have that personal connect. And we all human beings are actually creatures of emotion. We want relationships. So I think it'll be a good mix. It's making people more productive. Sometimes you have to go for meetings to another city, and I think I don't need to tell you all, but sometimes it could be an hour's meeting and you'd probably spend the whole day going, coming. It's exhausting on the body, but besides that, it's a lot of waste of time. So again, I think travel to that extent will reduce. Will it become eliminated? No. I think people will take more they will take more travel for leisure and for than what they have done before. So that's the good news. I feel, at least for the travel, the tourism industry. Besides that, I think again more and more emphasis on technology. In this last year, we have not monitored let's say, productivity as much. I see that there'll be more tools coming in to measure productivity. I think, as I said, people will be more conscious of health. So they will, I think companies will need to provide for more healthcare for their people, better working environments. I'll give you an example. I was looking at office space, and before and you will know this better, Rajat, so I don't know. Before the lockdown, large corporations for all these back offices were giving 75 square feet per person was the average sort of space that they did. Now many of them have gone to 150 square feet per person, which means that the environment is better. I think people will be more conscious. So these are just some of the changes I see happening.
Oh, wonderful. I think many of the changes you described are changes for the good. I know there's probably only a minute left, so I'm going to ask you this one last question. In this challenging time as a leader, how has this challenging time changed you as a leader?
So I want to just end by giving you a story which I read during this time. It is that, you know, how one, when you when you take a flight, once you have decided to go onto the flight, what happens at the takeoff is not in your control. What happens during the flight, whether there's turbulence or there is a smooth ride, is not under your control. And when it lands, it's you only pray that the pilot does a good job. So what is in your control is that during the flight, let's say there is turbulence, and there are some people who are really, and if it's really severe, the weather is bad, then you'll feel some people perspiring, some people holding on tight to the seat, and etc., etc. You know what I mean. And there are others who are enjoying their meal and their wine and etc. So what I've realized in this period is that what happens outside you cannot control. You can't control what happens in the, whether COVID is the second strain, fifth strain, third strain, whatever it is. What you can only really control is yourself. It is within you to control. And how do you manage that environment? How do you become tougher? That's what I've tried to learn and see. Not that I've been very successful, but that's the challenge, that how can you enjoy the ride, enjoy the meal, enjoy the wine, rather than sweating and fretting about it.
All right. On that note, thank you so much, Ajay. Wonderful, inspiring words and a note of positivity in a difficult time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raja. Thank you, Mr. Piramal. I was just going to add, perhaps hope as hell you have a good pilot that you can trust while you're on that plane. Thank you, sir, for joining in and for taking time out and speaking with us today. Raja, thank you for steering that conversation. Lots of important points for anyone who was listening to that. And I think the most important point that Mr. Piramal raised was about the importance of liquidity, importance of funds. Money will have to go routed back into the system in order to build back and to build back stronger, indemnifying for what could be further waves that this country and indeed the world might have to face. And let me just pull that strain of conversation further and introduce our next panel to you, where that is exactly what will be debated and discussed, which is how to fund the growth revival. Where should money go? What should it prioritize? And what should the leading lights be at this point for that money? Let me introduce all your panelists and indeed your moderator for that conversation, Kaku Nakate, who's President and Country Head, India, Bank of America; Ashwini Bhatia, Managing Director at State Bank of India; Anita George, Executive Vice President and Deputy Head at CDPQ Global; Ankur Gupta, who's Managing Partner for Real Estate at Brookfield; and Sridhar Gorti, who's Partner at Tri-Legal. Many of these easily cover the arc of the financial space, the real estate space, and I think this would be a conversation well worth its weight in gold in terms of how you're actually funding revival. Of course, steering that conversation, the moderator today is Raj Rishi Singhal. Raj Rishi, the stage is yours. Please take the conversation forward. So as I said, this is an extremely crucial conversation about funding the revival. Before we get to our esteemed panelists and of course our moderator Raj Rishi Singhal, I'd just like to do another quick shout out to our partners, our presenting partner Trilegal. It is co-powered, of course, by MIDC, the Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, and our associate sponsor, CoinDCX. So before we get into the thick of it on how to fund revival, here's a quick factoid that we put together on the crucial points to watch out for in the process of rebuilding financially.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for participating in the midst of this raging pandemic. We do live in fraught times, and the second wave has exposed many of our vulnerabilities, the gaps in our various networks. The cost has been paid in hundreds of human lives. The scale of the loss, both in terms of life and livelihoods, will perhaps scar us permanently. And yet, life has to go on. There will be, and there has to be life after COVID. And so we've gathered here this afternoon to discuss how do we move on? How do we return to a viable, sustainable growth path? I'm aware that, talking of financing growth in the middle of this healthcare crisis can make us sound tone deaf. We can be accused of not reading the room right. But I'd also like to submit that it has become necessary because this crisis has shown us the problems of not being prepared. And we need to be prepared. We need to be ready. And for that, financing institutions of all shapes, sizes, and shades will have a key role to play in the task of financing growth. There is already tremendous diversity in the financial landscape today in terms of the cast of characters, the kind of institutions we have, the various sources of finance available in terms of geography, and the assortment of capital on offer. But even before financing activity can begin, there are some inescapable questions. And the first and foremost is, why has private sector investment been dropping year after year? Despite all the demands being met, we have historically low interest rates, we have an enormous ocean of liquidity, low tax rates, an ease in borrowing overseas or even raising domestic capital, and yet the needle has refused to move. And so even though, the government in some senses has rolled the dice in this year's budget by providing for additional capex outlays, is there any guarantee that this will impel private sector to, start investing again in both brownfield and greenfield capacity? Will there be a waiting period before the private sector introduces its investment plans? We know that the private sector balance sheets, many of their balance sheets need repair, deep repair. We know the financing institutions also, some of them at least, need repairing their balance sheets. So, when can they start lending? What happens in the interim? Which demand for credit, will emanate from which sector first? I mean, there are lots of questions, all in search of answers. And we have a fantastic panel with us here today to answer these questions. But before we get to the panel, a quick brief on how we're going to proceed. I will invite each panelist for brief opening comments. And then I will ask each panelist a question by rotation. I encourage other panelists to also join in if you want to add, embellish, or even dispute somebody's contention. Finally, I will have one common question for every panelist, and then if we have time, we'll throw open the floor for questions. So let's get the show on the road. Can I request Ms. Kaku Nakte for your opening comments, please?
Good afternoon, everybody. Great to be joined by friends and panelists. Just would like to say that these are unprecedented times, and it is true that we were not prepared well for the second wave. I think we did get a lot of comfort that we managed the first wave very well, and hence there were some liberties taken. However, I think what was good was the budget. We took a very strong stand in the budget by the government. We agreed to decide to really live with a higher budget deficit, and growth was really recognized to be the need in line with what Mr. Saptarishi said is about livelihoods, creation of jobs, which is a must. We have learned to live with higher inflation earlier, but job losses is something that has been very difficult. And I feel with the way we are politically and geopolitically placed, and the way the democratic, uh, you know, uh, pull factors are there, I do think investments are coming into the country, and we have seen that over the last 24 months. Different pools of monies are there. We have two very big pension funds with us here on the panel who have made a huge difference to our economy by funding some of these projects. So keeping all of that plus the FPI money, plus having new structures like InvITs, etc. And banks have also continued to play their roles. So in all, I would like to put my, India is still looking good. We should not forget we will become the third largest economy by 2031. This can be a deterrent, and yes, we have to be well prepared, but the service economy has been growing for India. And the last thing I would say that in this pandemic, India has proved to be the best BCP site for services in the world. So most of my partners are growing their footprint into India, and AI, intellectual quants, all that resonate with our population, and we just need to build a very, very strong infrastructure that services the world from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nakate. Can I request Mr. Ashwani Bhatia for his opening comments?
So, thank you, Rajushi. As Kaku said that we are living in unusual times. We certainly are. But from the banking perspective, I can simply say that the last year was a tough one for the banks. At the same time, the banks were able to raise a lot of capital. It was in the form of QIPs. It was in the form of preferentials. It also came in the form of AT1 bonds. Kaku touched upon the fact that the stance is towards growth. So a word that I use very often is jugalbandi, and the jugalbandi between the government and RBI was, brilliant is an understatement. So on first of all, the RBI came, provided liquidity. They succeeded in bringing down rates, and in the last to last monetary policy statement, they made a statement that a yield curve is a public good. So what else do you want? So, but having said that, the credit growth has been muted. Good part is that the balance sheets of banks have, to a large extent, been corrected. We are in pretty good shape. So for a bank like us, our credit deposit ratio remains low. We are ready to fund the economy. The second wave has caught us by surprise, but I guess a 3 or 4 month delay won't do harm to the long run or a long-term story of the country. Ample liquidity, I believe, is the most important thing. The yields are down. The measures announced for the first time in the budget and earlier on last year, the fact that you can set up a manufacturing unit with just 15%, the fact that today many countries are thinking of China plus one strategy. So I think there also we are well placed, and growth is going to come. So some inquiries are already there. I think, as I said, first 3 months may go bad, but think of it this way. Last year, when this was happening, the markets crashed. This time they haven't. So the lockdown is not as bad. Last time, you saw some movement on the rupee. Rupee, after depreciating a bit, is kind of stable. Yields, despite all negatives all around inflation and so on and so forth, are still holding up. So I can only look at it positively. Who is going to fund this? The banks are. Liquidity is there. Debt markets have also taken off very well. Obviously, it still remains centered towards AA and AAA. But equity market was, I think, the big winner last year. There's a lot of money that has come from in the ventures, venture capital, unicorns, of course, big number in India, and we see some news or the other coming up. And as Kaku said, services is picking up very, very well. So I guess the missing piece would be infrastructure and manufacturing. That will happen over the course of time.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. Can I request Ms. Anita George for her opening comments, please?
Thank you, Rajshri, and hello to everybody here. I actually feel that, this time round, everything that we had seen in the first wave has been underscored and even more exaggerated. And it gives us pause to think about human life, the value of life, the value of good health, and the impact it has on all of us. While, in the global financial crisis, we had a financial and economic crisis that affected human and social fabric. This crisis that we are living through multiple waves is a social and human crisis, which is going to have economic impacts. And Rajrishi, you raised a very important point as to why is the private sector not investing. And I think one of the things that we know is that when there's uncertainty and when there's volatility, investment is held back. And that is what we are seeing. And that is why, despite all the positive steps, and I agree with all of you that there have been many positives that should have helped private investment to step up, it hasn't yet. And that's really what we need to be thinking about, is how can we, in this very uncertain, unpredictable times, be able to really bring in investments. One of the good news is that when we did see that relative stability in the last 2 quarters before this big wave began, we did see a comeback, especially of foreign direct investment. If you look at 2021, we had 67.5 billion that has come in the 9 months of this current year that we are in. And it has been, as Kaku mentioned, a lot of investments from global investors, institutional investors like CDPQ. We are Canada's second largest pension fund. But I think something that all of us are realizing, and when we look at the risk return, we have to take into account the impact on the social fabric. And for us, terms like ESG, climate change, diversity, and inclusion are no longer theoretical. They are front and center mainstream investments. And I think every country where we need to attract investments, that will become the core than the nice to have.
Thank you very much. I mean, you raised this point about why private sector is not investing, and I have my own hypotheses, but I really like you guys to explore and tell us your views on why private sector is not investing, because I think everybody has been wondering, despite this continuing period of phase of concessions, low interest rate, we've not seen any investment coming in, or very marginal investments coming in. So obviously that is an enigma. May I request Mr. Ankur Gupta's opening comments, please?
Thank you, Rajrishi. While things have been said about the waters that we are in very choppy, I'm a firm believer that we will swim through it, and we will see on the other side. My heart goes out to all of the people right now who are in the front lines, doctors, healthcare workers. We should be praying for them, and there will be a time to introspect as to what caused this situation to emerge. But right now, let's just support in every which way we can all their efforts and keep them in our prayers. So let's just ensure that the time for introspection is later, but introspect we must. Look, I just wanted to add to the conversation that you use a beautiful word, which is sustainable growth. Rajrishi, when you mentioned about growth, I would like to dissect that. Sustainable growth has 2 or 3 aspects. Anita talked about ESG. I would say inclusive and responsible growth and quality growth. As we are growing, we should never forget these 3 principles. Quality growth means less volatility and more certainty. And inclusive and responsible, I think we are all aware of that about our responsibility to the planet, to each other, and to every section of the society. Finally, I would also like to mention, what does growth mean? In very simple terms, we grow when we produce more than what we consume. Too many people have simplified that India is a consumer economy. No, we need to produce more, lot more than what we consume. And that is when growth will happen. And we will do it in a sustainable manner, is my hope. And finally, as you mentioned, the topic of this discussion is how to fund that growth. Why is funding not happening? Funding happens through 3 means: credit, M&A, and growth capital. We have seen M&A activities, FDI and other M&A-led capital has been at all-time high. M&A is happening. Growth capital is also coming into the unicorns that Mr. Bhatia talked about. So these 2 sides, and finally credit is available. It's not probably finding the right channel to reach. But as you mentioned, first and the foremost was to fix the balance sheet of some of the lenders and some of the receivers of that credit. So my hope is with the balance sheets being largely fixed and a lot of consolidation happening in the banking space, we have all 3 avenues of capital available now:
private equity capital. Also, you can call it an M&A capital. We have growth capital. Lots of VCs have invested money into India. And as Mr. Bhatia said, banks are willing and eager to lend to the right sponsors. So I think we have the blocks in place after a number of years, and I'm personally looking forward to this space, where we can see investment coming back. I would also like to say to what my dear friend Kaku said, which is services sector and growth of infrastructure. We need to produce more than we consume. Services sector is very important in that. I am a firm believer that we need to be excellent in what we are good at, and we need to borrow support where we may not be the best at, but we still require it. We are very good at services. Let's be excellent at it. Let's produce a lot more of services that the world wants to consume from us, and let's make it as the engine of growth.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. May I now request Mr. Sridhar Gorti for his opening comments?
Yeah, hi Raj. Thank you very much for this. So I'd want to kind of continue a little bit on the theme that was picked up by the other speakers, which is that all the ingredients for successful growth and strong growth are present. From a structural perspective. Now, obviously, the second wave and the grave human consequences that we are facing as a result is not something that anybody had predicted or could have been prepared for. And we will have to deal with this the best we can. And I'm sure all of us are doing our bit to help fight this pandemic. But coming back to the theme that was touched upon by some of the other speakers is, what is the reasons why we have not seen the kind of growth in private investments that we would have expected, given the various structural reforms that have been put into place. And to answer that from perspective of my industry, which is in terms of the same mantra of stability and consistency. What we will need going forward, as in when we emerge from the pandemic, the liquidity creates the opportunity, but what we will need is continued systemic reforms. So the reforms that we've seen to, say, for example, international arbitration laws, the continued evolution of the bankruptcy code, the commercial courts, the NCLT jurisdiction. All of these things are aimed at delivering consistency and greater contract enforceability and predictability in the Indian legal environment. So this push on reform needs to continue to provide those calm waters in which private equity and private investment and M&A activity feels confident to sort of come back in large numbers. This would include, for example, some sustained stability on tax outcomes, for example. And I think that's one area that we absolutely have to get right to benefit from the opportunities that this liquidity will create, as I think Aku was saying, maybe 3-4 months down the line. I think in terms of specific sectors and opportunities, again, continuing liberalization on the FDI norms would obviously be helpful. I think specific reference, what I'd want to call out is the banking sector, because as Mr. Bhatia also said, there is great opportunity over there. I think a good move has been made by announcing the privatization of some of the PSU banks, but that could be further bolstered by allowing greater FDI into the banking sector as well. Because the kind of burden that bank recapitalization puts on the government needs to be addressed, and that money will be very much needed for the post-COVID recovery. So that's broadly my 2 bits.
Thank you very much. And before I move to the individual questions, I must admit I've been a bit remiss in my duties. In this confusion of moving from one platform to the other, I forgot to introduce all of you. but I'll introduce you as I ask you the questions. So do pardon me, my apologies. So the first question is for Ms. Kaku Nakate, who's the president and country head for India for Bank of America. So, how can foreign banks help in funding growth and its revival? So some of the large foreign banks operating in India focus largely on transaction advisory, on wealth management. If we look at data, RBI data, and second half of calendar 2020, we saw foreign bank credit growth trailing all other forms of institutional credit. So how can foreign banks help in funding India's growth revival? How can they leverage their global balance sheets differently for India and for Indian credit?
So I think foreign banks have been playing a good amount of role in India.
Sorry to interrupt. So I'm not doing foreign bank bashing. I'm just
No,
asking for how do. Yeah, sorry.
No, not at all. So I was just going to say that if you really look at the capital of foreign banks all put together in the country, it's now closer to around 1.56 lakh crores already. And actually, in the last 10 years, I think everybody has been bringing a lot of, corporates to India and being their bank, because the typical philosophy of a corporate is that they want to bank with the banks across the world. Because as Mr. Bhatia said, like our Indian corporates would bank with State Bank of India, say New York, because the flows of the fund are better, the liquidity is better, and as the penetration of multinationals increasing, I think foreign banks do play a big role. On the priority sector also, just to give you some shared statistics, just to break the misnomer, basically in 2016, basically the priority sector was around 110 lakh crores. Now it's around 196 lakh crores. So this wouldn't have happened if the loan growth and funding from foreign banks would not have happened. But the bigger role foreign banks really play is in cross-border trade, cross-border M&A, because the fact that they are branch offices, they can leverage the global rating that they have on the bank to be able to lend funds at a much lower rate. So they do create some sort of competition to keep the interest rates kind of low from a funding perspective. The other thing that really works is that, the balance sheets are there, but there's a sell down of loans that happens with foreign banks too. So what happens is the global distribution allows us to sell down the loans into the different parts of the world. And hence, at a point of time, you may feel that the loans are limited, but in reality, the origination has been a lot more, and that there has been a continuous sell down that keeps taking place. And the bigger thing is also working with, counterparts like your FPIs or pension funds like my friends here, or how do we really bring in products that help us mature our capital markets? Because if you see what really worked for Americas is the strong capital markets. And if we can build a strong capital market, which Reserve Bank of India has been trying quite a lot to develop the debt markets in a big way in the last 24 months, I think that can really allow all sorts of pools of money to interact in India, to blend their ways, and obviously grow the market where big monies can be raised. So that's what I would really say. And we do that pretty well, because if you look at even Bank of America in the past, you see most of the first transactions in equity capital market. We brought the first airline to market, before the first telecom to market, first insurance, first general insurance, the first REIT to the markets. So if you really look at it, that is how do you get the story down into India and get the global funds to invest. And the thing that saved us as Mr. Bhatia said, was the strong equity markets in a downturn last year. So we will continue to play a role. We'll never be as big as the domestic markets, but we have a niche that we will continue to harness.
So how much more, I mean, so from your bank, do you see your balance sheet size increasing
Yes.
this year? And how much more, what kind of credit markets are you looking at?
So we've actually, if you see the last 5, 7 years, Bank of America has been growing every year quite strongly on the balance sheet. We were limited earlier, but if you see last year also, we got the Best Bank Award and the fastest growing foreign bank award. And to your point on the credit, when I really look at it, I think the credit, we look at it in two places. One is how do we really, help our corporates connect on the electronic platforms, help them to penetrate into the countries, help them to do supply chain financing so the MSME sector really benefits, and how can we help them, play a role so that the growth, as we have been all talking, is sustainable and has its right thing. That's one. Second, we ourselves, like Anita said, all of us have globally signed up on ESG. So if I look at Bank of America, we've said that by 2030, will have $1 trillion assets across the world, which are funded or have an end purpose as ESG. On this, we expect 1.5 trillion sustainable development fund. And all this will drive to low carbon emissions, low commit, low, or I would say, more sustainability, inclusion on social wellness, and actually bringing all classes of economy to growth. And of course, climate change will continue to halt. So those kind of products also, introductions are where we are putting our money into India to look at even bonds that can give this kind of returns with an end use which is really likable by the universe.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, let me remind everybody, all my panelists, please feel free to jump in whenever you feel the need to interject or to, add a point. My next question is for Mr. Bhatia, who's Managing Director, State Bank of India, handles the corporate banking group, which has a book size which is larger than many banks in India. So here's a question for you, Mr. Bhatia. So your corporate loans account for, say, roughly 35% of the total SBI book, give or take. If I'm from last year's annual report, and so the revenue from this book seems to be dropping. If I look at the quarterly segment revenue from March 2020 onwards, I mean, there's been a deep drop, and although there has been some clawing back of revenue, it's not quite got back to March 2020 levels yet. So, I now see today's news that SBI is planning to raise $2 billion through bonds. And so, the two trends that present themselves, one is you're raising fresh funds while you're trying to grapple with, some existing and new delinquencies and revenue and a book that is not yielding as much as it did a year ago. So how are you planning to balance these two out and then move ahead in financing growth?
So I'll take each one of these one by one. So on our earnings, and rightly so, you said that our corporate book is about 40% of our advances. But what we saw last year was that most of the book on the corporate side has also grown on the bonds side. So that has become more fungible. So what is going to happen going forward is the fact that as our bond markets develop, and they are developing, they are becoming bigger, the fungibility is going to happen. So because of the record low rates, the earning also came down, but on the cost side also we benefited. So if you compare year on year, of course, I'm right now speaking in the silent period. I can't speak much also, but suffice to say that this has been actually good for the bank. So what actually happens is that when your rates go down, your NII would also come down, right? But you actually gain on the treasury side. So most of the banks would have a decent treasury book today in India. Many of the larger banks, at least, have surplus SLR of 8 to 9%. So it moves from one book to the other. The fundraising part, of course, there was a news item today. That is nothing but an enabling resolution. We raise money in the MTN market every year. We'll do that this year also. Last year also, we were able to raise that money at very attractive rates. But that is entirely for our overseas book, where our domestic customers look for funds overseas. Delinquencies are very much under control. So, and clearly, the results that we have seen initially in the first few days of this quarter point to that. So delinquencies are down, provision coverage ratios are up, and profitability is much, much better. I don't think this trend will be any different in the public sector banks also. I can only say that for funding the economy, the money and liquidity is there available in ample measure. The rates are also pretty decent, and we remain to fund not only on the balance sheet but also on the project side. As far as the sources of funding, when you are talking about the next phase of growth or whatever, the government, of course, has to be given a little credit there also, for the simple reason that they've said that they will spend, number one. Number two, so if your deficits go up now, there's going to be growth coming later, which will add to your taxes in the years to come. The government again made a shift this time and said that they're not looking at divestment anymore. So privatization is the way forward. So privatizing insurance companies or public sector banks or other PSUs would again be a bold statement. So more capital is going to come to the government from there to fund their growth. So largely, I mean, today, if you compare this with 5 years back, the situation is much, much better. There has been some discussion also on ESG. So, of course, we look at that. You will have to look at climate change. You will have to look at sustainability and so on and so forth. But I think you will have to give it to our system that they have the losses that most of the banks have made the last 4 or 5 years. We don't mind if companies go down on account of competition. We don't mind if companies go down for business reasons. But most of the companies have fallen because of governance. Okay. Yeah. But let's again, salute all the systems. Nobody came in the way, and they were allowed to fail, and they were allowed to go. So I don't think we'll be making those mistakes again. So going forward, the road looks clearer.
No, except only those institutions which can have systemic impacts were not allowed to fail, like certain banks, because of the systemic problems that they can create. But
exactly.
Going back, but just going back to what you said a little earlier about government's intention to spend, and I mean it's all there in the budget, and I'm sure they will spend. But typically, when the government spends, and by the time it brings out the money and makes those payments, cuts those checks, and that impacts private sector, there is a lag. till the private sector gets activated. What do you do in the interim? How do you manage?
So doing nothing is not an option, right? So the government is doing something. So where is the money going to come from? So monetization was the way out. InvITs have happened in a very big way. So you've just seen Power Grid coming out. You have seen NHAI. NHAI is also going to be in the market very soon. So the fact that public sector is thinking of alternate channels is great for the system. And I can tell you NHAI, PGIL, where the models are very well established. So anybody investing into InvITs of those companies or those assets, it makes a lot of sense. A lot of that is going to come back into the system. Private sector typically takes time, and let's also accept the fact that there is a lot of surplus capacity in the system. So I would like to think that a lot is going to happen in the metals and steel and road and infrastructure, including airports. That's going to happen very fast. On the port development, it's going to happen fast. We've seen explosive growth in solar. So so let's take it step by step. Pharma will be another growth area. For a population of 1.3 billion, you'll need about 3 billion doses for a country like ours. If you add the exports, and we are a low cost manufacturer, you're talking of a number of 7 to 8 billion doses for the whole world. So opportunities are there, capacities will be created.
Yeah, thank you. My question for Ms. Anita George, who's Executive Vice President and Deputy Head for CDPQ Global. So, Ms. George, we all know that India needs shiploads of long-term patient capital. And some of it has come from you and from your colleagues in the other Canadian pension company, which is investing in India. So when I look at CDPQ investments in India in the recent past, what do I see? I see a Coca-Cola bottler. I see some real estate companies. You have an investment in an ARC that seems to have run into some kind of rough weather. In power, CDPQ has equity investments in solar generating companies like Azure Power or CLP India. In infrastructure, you've just bought out a road project in Odisha. So, it's quite a mixed bag and not quite the conventional long-term capital profile. So what has been CDPQ's experience in India so far? And if I were to expand that, what does patient capital need from Indian partners, from its various private sector partners, from government, from regulators?
Thank you. So I think we've invested about $6 billion in the last 4 years, and collectively the Canadian pension funds, as well as funds like Brookfield, and Ankur is here to speak to them, have collectively invested close to $50 billion over the last 10 years. So I think the amount of capital coming in is significant. And I would say that this is a model that can go beyond Canada to attract pension funds from other geographies as well. In terms of we have a very deliberate strategy in India, and if you see, it matches exactly where India has been focusing on financial services. 40% of our investments is in financial services, and it's across the board. It's in banking, it's in digital banking, it's in retail focused on SMEs, housing finance, as well as stressed assets. And I would say that we came into these sectors just as the regulations were evolving. So there's quite a bit of risk taking that we've demonstrated. The government has really heard our suggestions, especially in terms of stressing the real sector infrastructure. And as you rightly pointed out, we are 51% shareholders in India's largest solar platform, Azure, as well as in a very large and active utility that goes across all aspects, including transmission and distribution. And now we've forayed into something which we have only done mostly in Canada, which is really the digital economy. And we have backed PharmEasy in the pharmaceutical online sector, as well as the Dhruva, which is an Indian company going global on the cloud security side. So I think if you look at our investments, it's exactly matched to the areas where we have a competitive advantage, as what Ankur mentioned, and where we have a large market yet to be served.
Yeah, but like I asked, what does your capital from people like you, which is supposed to be long-term and patient capital, what does it need from its partners in India, its private sector partners, from the government, from the regulators and other stakeholders? Is there something that, can you share some of your experiences?
Sure. I would say the most important thing is stability, as was mentioned, I think, by Sridhar. Consistency, stability in policy, especially around taxation, that's critical. And the other, of course, we pick our partners very carefully because, as you rightly said, it's a long-term relationship, a long-term investments. And our approach is really through those partnerships to build businesses that last long.
So my question for Mr. Ankur Gupta, who's managing partner real estate with Brookfield. Mr. Gupta, the return to office movement now seems stalled for a while, I think, at least for the next 6 months, it seems. So where do growth and funding opportunities exist for real estate, financing in such a scenario? I mean, we know the employment and economic linkages arising from real estate activity, I mean, both residential and commercial. But there is also the fact that real estate finance or real estate service providers get very low credit rating from within the financing institutions. So how will your firm be, investing? Where do you see opportunities in real estate here on for the next 6 months, for the next 1 year? I mean, we've already invested in a lot of office space, commercial real estate.
Rajeshri, I'll keep it short in the interest of time and with our panel. Yeah. We've invested close to $20 billion in the country, and most of that capital has gone into real assets. Real estate is about $7 billion, hotels, offices, infrastructure, digital economy, telecom towers, etc. So that makes up the bulk of our investment and very long-term view of the country. We talked about growth on this panel. If we were to grow responsibly, we can't look at the next quarter or the next year. We have to look at on a continuum in 10 years, has India grown? Has India compounded its growth? I certainly believe that over a sustained period, we will continue to compound our growth. Real estate, to specifically answer your question, or real assets, they house the economy. Our assets and the likes of commercial assets, offices, etc. Great businesses have been created in offices. The need for an office has never been bigger. In fact, if there was a question, a year ago, why do companies need to be in offices? All of us have realized the importance of collaboration and so on and so forth. There's a need to stay at home right now. I would encourage everybody who's watching it to stay at home till the government allows us to come back out of our homes. But great businesses will be built when we come back and collaborate, integrate with our colleagues and grow each other, help each other grow. That happens in office. I firmly believe that offices still remain the cheapest place and the most optimal place to conduct business activities and to conduct it in an efficient manner. So I would say, look, the best is in front of us as far as India is concerned. Our cylinders of growth, services economy will be housed in real assets, infrastructure, real estate will be the backbone of India's growth, and they will carry the country forward.
Thank you very much. The next question is for Mr. Sridhar Gotti.
Yeah,
Two
Rishi,
questions
I'm gonna
actually.
step in over here because we're completely
Yeah.
over time. My apologies. We've got so much lined up that we're going to have to go back to back with the conversations.
Just
But
one more
thank you
question. Just one more question, Mitali, just for Mr. Gotti. He's been waiting for a long time. Yeah. Hello. I can't. We lost you, I think. So before we,
but
sorry,
panel guest is waiting, and
yeah,
we're 10 minutes over.
Just one more question, okay?
Everybody for joining in, for your patience, and for speaking. Let me very quickly move to the next chat because I don't want to take up any time. Mr. Amitabh Kant is waiting by to talk about what next from a policy perspective, because we've been talking about what the corporate side will do, but perhaps now it's time to train our focus on what the policy side will deliver. Mr. Kant, always great to see you. Thank you for joining in. And this conversation will be steered by Utpal Bhaskar. Very quickly, I'm handing the baton back over to you, Utpal.
Thanks, Mitali. Thank you, Mr. Kant. Absolutely a pleasure to have you as a part of MINT's India Investment Summit. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, here's a man who needs no introduction. He's been a key part of Team India. He's a main architect of the government's playbook to drive investment. So without not wasting much of your time, I just wanted to ask you this. So this is a very interesting time period through which this country is going through. And in your view, from where you're sitting, you've been an intrinsic part of this government's effort to bring back and to steer this country out through this crisis. How will this impact investments in your view?
So these are very challenging times, Utpal. And, the pandemic has shown us more than ever the importance of partnerships in pursuing national goals. I think the private sector has stepped up its production of medical equipment, oxygen, vaccines in response to the nation needs, and all in coordination with the government. And I think it is with the same spirit that we must continue working to script India's economic recovery and then its growth story. Because despite the impact of the pandemic, India's macroeconomic fundamentals, to my mind, remain absolutely sound. And we just need to continue on a sustained growth path over a long period of time because we've put the essentials together, the basic reforms across many key sectors we've put together. We put digitization in place now, and we need to get over this hump of the COVID crisis, and I think we should then accelerate our growth.
Right, sir. So, in fact, we have been through your columns and through your articulation, we have been hearing about so when you talk about the building blocks being put in place, sir, when do you see this? And given that you're an integral part of the government's crisis handling machine as well, this particular crisis per se, when do you see us getting out of this right now, the situation in which we are?
These are very fluid times, and it will not be, it's not proper for me to hazard a guess because we're still fighting this battle of COVID and how the COVID phase, this present peak, how it will hold out with the new mutants coming out, and a huge amount of mutation that is taking place with the virus. We are just not fully aware. But having said all that, I'm quite confident that our vaccination will accelerate in the days to come. And, this number of key decisions that have been taken by the government in terms of the vaccination, it's now for us to really expand our vaccination and spread it across the country, and particularly in the 10, 11 states and the key districts where the virus has played havoc. And once we've done that, I think we'll have this under control. And I wanted to really point out that several key reforms have happened in recent times. We've had the key reforms of agriculture. We brought in competition, transparency, and private sector participation in the coal sector. The commercial coal mining commenced, which was nationalized actually when I was in school. We've had the 3 labor codes on industrial relations, occupancy, occupational safety, health, and working conditions and social security were passed by the parliament. We've had, the revised definition for MSME. And we've, more than anything else, I'm a great believer that the world will move to a new normal, and pandemic will accelerate this process. And even before the pandemic hit, new global supply chains were being forged owing to the US-China trade war. And as the world now feels the full brunt of lockdowns and disruptions in global supply chains, the pace at which new supply chains are being forged has only increased. And I think this huge amount of digitization that is taking place in India will greatly help us. But more than that, the production linked incentive that we've carried out across 10 different sectors will enable us to attract investments from across the world. And I think companies are reevaluating their trade and manufacturing strategies, which can serve as new avenues for growth in India. And I think I've always been an optimist, but my belief is that despite the COVID hitting us and hitting us badly, we can and we must turn this crisis into a huge, huge opportunity. And India, I'm a great believer that India is the only truly comprehensive alternative to China for rapidly changing supply chain environment. It must and it should be India, and it has both the capability to produce export-ready goods at large scale and provide large consumption market through its domestic needs. And I have a, I, I'm quite hopeful that once the COVID gets over, we'll accelerate the pace of growth in a very, very big way across key sectors.
Absolutely, sir. In fact, that's a very important point that you're making here. What you're also saying is that this is a huge opportunity for us. And so going forward, and you have rightly called out China. So basically, going forward in this new world order, so to say, ultimately it will always be the competition between the supply chains, and that's exactly what these alliances will be all about. Sir, given that, sir, you have absolutely laid out the way ahead for a country like ours to follow that trajectory. Sir, this $5 trillion GDP target, and you have rightly mentioned about the production-linked incentive scheme. Sir, are there any other new sectors, do you think, that given that the pandemic is playing out in the backdrop and given that the entire world is now looking for stable supply chains, is there any new sector that you see would be also be brought under that ambit?
So, the key thing is to, important thing is that the world over disruption is taking place. And in India, quite often in the past, if you look at the past 50 years, we always used to get into the sunset areas of industries. And it's very, very difficult to get into and penetrate global markets in the sunset areas of industry. It's very important that India gets into sunrise areas of industries and penetrates this and gets in with very, very advanced technologies. And to my mind, battery manufacturing, storage, green hydrogen, and also a lot of India's been a global champion as far as compact car manufacturing is concerned. So we can actually be a huge exporter of automobile products from India. And you have the inherent and the intrinsic strength to be there. And I think look at mobile manufacturing, for example. It has its unique dynamics. Mobile handsets are the largest segment of the global electronics industry, the largest and the fastest growing industry in the world. And with an estimated size of close to about 500 billion, the mobile handset segment commands over 25% share of the US dollar 2 trillion global electronics. So I think that is where we've pushed for it, and we've been able to attract a lot of investment in these areas. But we've also focused on some key areas like pharmaceuticals, where we my view is that we are the pharmacy of the world because we do a lot of generic, but we need to move up the value chain and become a leading manufacturer as far as high value products are concerned. So pharmaceutical will be a very key driver. And as far as job creating sectors are concerned, we focused on both textiles and food processing where there's huge potential. So actually, if you look at it, what the government has done is it's provided a budgetary outlay for production linked incentive schemes, which is close to about 26 billion. And on an average of 5% of the production value, which is provided as an incentive. So 26 billion will be on an average about 5% across the sectors. And this implies that the minimum production in the country as a result of the PLI schemes should be around 520 billion in the next 5 to 6 years. And that can really make a huge difference to the Indian economy. To my mind, a production-linked incentive can really be a key driver of India's growth and turnaround, because here for the first time, we are focusing on size and scale. We've kept the scheme extremely simple. We've focused on size and scale. You keep growing bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And we've moved, and you'll keep getting the benefits for the next 5 years. And this is not a subsidy scheme. This is really a scheme for becoming a global champion.
Right. So, in fact, PLI is something which everyone has been tracking very intently. This is the scope and the expanse and the ambition around it. So, a very interesting point you made about green hydrogen. In fact, in one of your columns, we were reading about, in fact, you have suggested something about a regional alliance, say, between a South Korea or a Japan and Singapore. So India should form a regional alliance such as this and to export green hydrogen from our coastal areas. In fact, there's something like this, which you have also mentioned in your column, talks about, say, something which has been tried in Australia. Yeah. So also, in fact, you have talked about this something on the lines of a PLI or maybe electrolyzer manufacturing to be brought under PLI. What is the traction on that, sir?
So, my belief is that the world is going to pay a premium for green products. And this is going to happen in the next 3 to 4 years. You will see this huge thrust which is being given to net zero emission by USA, by China. They've announced 2050. China's announced 2060. Now, what is going to happen as a consequence of this is that they will be really accelerating the pace of decarbonization in the world. And that gives you the huge opportunity. Now, why green hydrogen is important for India is because we've been able to crack solar at rupees 1.99. And that is, the cheapest solar power in the world. 1.99, and you need to use renewable energy to crack water and turn it into green hydrogen. Now, if you are able to do that in India and do it to size and scale, and that would require some kind of mandating across refinery, across fertilizer, because India already uses gray hydrogen. 8.6% of the gray hydrogen used across the world is used in India. And therefore, if you are able to decarbonize some of these sectors, refining, fertilizer, steel, if you are able to decarbonize, you open up a huge, massive opportunity. The second thing is that the government, the Prime Minister set a target of 450 gigawatt by 30 for solar. Now, solar is not possible. It'll be very difficult to do 450 gigawatt because of this integration with the grid. You will have a duck curve like it happened in California, because if you need to produce solar 24/7 and the grid has to manage, and that would require solar to be used for hydrogen, green hydrogen. And thirdly, you are a very major importer of energy. We import a lot of oil, we import a lot of gas, and it's very important to understand that actually in the entire energy basket, electricity just accounts for 17%. 83% is other sectors, gas, coal, oil, and all that. And therefore, we need to decarbonize this 83%. That is very important. And green hydrogen enables you to do this. So India has this opportunity of becoming a global champion in green hydrogen. And if we are able to do this, then you can be exporting green hydrogen to Japan, to Korea, to Australia. And secondly, that gives you this opportunity to manufacture electrolyzers. And that's a $20 billion global market. And electrolyzers, if you have to push for it, you will have to push for production linked incentive. So my view is that the future of the world across several sectors, including long city to city transportation and commercial vehicles, will all be driven by hydrogen, and therefore India must take the lead in that. That is the area of the future.
So, sir, in fact, very emphatic words. In fact, so going forward, so will green hydrogen be the 14th sector under PLI, sir?
Yeah, hopefully as we go across, because a green hydrogen mission is being put in place. It was announced in the budget. Work is going on for that, and I think as soon as the green hydrogen mission is done, we should work towards this. I think not for the green. You don't need a PLI for green hydrogen, but
for electrolyzer.
For manufacturing of electrolyzers as we go along.
Right, sir. Sir, I wanted for you to talk a little bit about the APIs and the pharma industry. In fact, that is a focus area for the government. So all of a sudden, as we have realized, in fact, there have been shortages of essential medicines, in the sense some of it which is absolutely required at this point of time. What has been the reaction to that scheme, sir, on manufacturing API?
So, one thing this crisis has shown us, and it's very, very important that this whole theory of comparative advantage is fine, but what this crisis has shown us, the COVID-19 crisis has shown us, is that there are certain key sectors where you must be totally independent, and you must be totally secure, and you must be able to manufacture those areas. I mean, we did that with PPE, we did that with ventilators, and we've again faced this crisis of oxygen, which shows that we should be totally independent on oxygen. But the other key area was active pharmaceutical ingredients. Imagine, your whole pharmaceutical industry, which is so important, so critical for us, and we export so much, is totally dependent on one country for this. And therefore, we push this PLI in active pharmaceutical ingredients and drug intermediaries, and we've got a very good response in that. So we've selected the companies, and many of these companies are moving forward for manufacturing in India. The response has been absolutely excellent.
Right. Sir, in fact, apart from APIs, and obviously, given that those become then the building blocks, and for which we are absolutely dependent upon one country, so to say, also, so given that, sir, this medical devices equipment, home healthcare, in fact, there was a recent report by Niti Aayog which talked about this invested opportunities in hospitals. So, given that this is the context, the pandemic obviously is the context, but still, I'm very sure that going forward, enormous amount of resources, manpower, training will get into this. So is this also a time that you're looking at something? So obviously, the report then sets up the stage for it. What kind of investment opportunities do you see there, for at least from the global investors' point of view, sir?
So there is one, we came out with this report on investments in the medical sector, because we've also come out with a production linked incentive on the medical devices, which has also had a very good response. We've had a number of very good companies coming and bidding for the production linked incentive on medical devices. But I think it's very important that in the future, in the context of this crisis, we increase our total outlay of budgetary resources on the health sector, and that will happen as you go along. We've already rolled out the biggest insurance scheme, the health insurance scheme in the world, for 500 million Indians, which is totally Ayushman Bharat, which is totally cashless and paperless. But I think the important thing that we have to do now is to ensure that every district has a really good hospital and very good primary healthcare centers. Now, a lot of attention has already been laid on health and wellness centers, to build about 150,000 of the health and wellness centers. But it's really very important to create very good quality hospitals with adequate doctors, nurses, and with a huge amount of paramedics, so that these hospitals are able to take care. And one very important lesson that we've learned is that every hospital must have an oxygen plant along with a hospital in all these districts. And that is the way to go future. So one of the things which was announced in the budget was this private-public partnership at district level, where there are already existing, district with the existing district hospitals. So you can combine together with private sector to do medical colleges, and we built up the viability gap funding scheme for that, in which you can go up to 60% of support. 60% of the support can come in from the government, and in a few cases go up to 80% also. So that is really the future of building health infrastructure through PPP, using viability gap funding of the government scheme in India, coming through the PLI for medical devices, and you'll have a huge opportunity. The future is really the health sector. That's very, very important. Other than the infrastructure sector, I think this sector is very, very key. And to my mind, there's a huge opportunity.
Mr. Kant, you made a very interesting point here. You talked about how every district should have one or maybe more than one hospital, which is absolutely self-sufficient, able to take care. As of today, how bad are we in that? So if you want to rate ourselves, where do we stand there, Mr. Kant, today?
No, it's, I was just analyzing this aspirational districts, and actually all the 112 aspirational districts, all of them have a district hospital. It's not that they don't have a district hospital. It's just that we need to bring in greater efficiency in these hospital functioning. We need better doctors, we need better nurses, we need to ensure that the vacancies are filled up. And I think also that along with the district hospitals, we need medical colleges in many of these areas, which is very, very critical. And that's where PPP, private sector play, is very critical. And I think what this crisis really reveals to us is that the health sector infrastructure and is really the key to long-term sustained growth. If you want to grow at high rates of 9 to 10% over a long period of time, then health and education will be a very, very critical sector. So health and education will lay the, and I've been a long-term believer that nutrition, education, health holds the key for long-term sustained growth of India.
Yeah. In fact, I wanted to ask you this question, given that obviously right now you're heading the government's think tank, Mr. Khan. Going back to some of the states, actually, while when we see this crisis today, there are states such as Kerala, which happens to be your home cadre, have done very well. They have been able to take care of, because some of the health infrastructure which is already in place there, and that has been there for a long time. There's a certain kind of a focus there on it. How do certain states, in your opinion, Mr. Kant, are there certain states who have been able to absolutely go the distance on this as compared to rest of us?
No, the southern part of India is not just Kerala. If you look at Tamil Nadu, if you look at Karnataka, if you look at even Andhra, the health, the social indicators do much better. And that is what is important, that the same, within the same country, you find some states doing very well on health, on some of these social indicators. And therefore, it's important that increased emphasis on governance, and that is what Niti Aayog has tried to do, not just bring cooperative federalism, but bring in competitive federalism by ranking states. We started with the ranking when I was secretary DPIIT. We started with the ranking of ease of doing business, and we saw huge improvement in states. And here we've started ranking states on education, on health. We put this in public domain. We rank states on education. We ranked states on water management. All this. And to my mind, our belief is that this naming and shaming will make a huge difference across the states. So our belief is that what we've been able to do with good governance in terms of education and health across in several states of India must be replicated in other states. And I see this happening in many other areas, many other states of the northern India as well.
Right. Mr. Khan, I wanted you to talk a bit about while, as you rightly mentioned, health and education absolutely the engines on which the Indian economy will grow. I also wanted you to talk a bit about the financing of large infrastructure projects. So, for example, 7,000 odd projects have been identified in this national infrastructure pipeline involving an invest.
Yeah, I get it. So, I've been a great believer that if India's, post-COVID, if India is to grow, then we have to focus very importantly on infrastructure, and look at alternative financing tools such as asset monetization and privatization, which are very key, which not only raise funds, and but bring in private sector participation, further boosting productivity and growth. So we are creating an asset monetization pipeline and a dashboard to monitor progress, which should be ready very, very soon. A major impetus has been given to raising funds through asset monetization. We've done a lot of work across sectors, across warehousing assets of CPSEs, sports stadiums, across railway stations, across railway lines, and toll roads, transmission assets of power grid, airport authority, airports, all this. And then secondly, the government has really pushed for disinvestment in a big way. And we were assigned the task of focusing on public sector banks and one insurance company. And I wanted to just tell you that while I don't want to take the name, Niti Aayog has already finalized and made its recommendations. We've made our recommendations for disinvestment of the two public sector banks and the one insurance company. And we've sent out a very strong signal that India is willing to take tough decisions to boost growth. So the Deepam will be pushing this, taking this forward in due course. But our strong belief is that we've cleared the decks for asset monetization and privatization in a big way, and we've really with this huge emphasis will be laid on enhancing the quality of infrastructure. And to usher in this huge investment, it's very important that while greenfield projects may be difficult, existing brownfield projects, which are owned by the government, when we put them out in the market, the private sector can come in and raise resources and bring in resources and raise debt from other places, from the financial institutions. So we can start the entire cycle of investment, debt, and the other important point to make is that the private debt to GDP ratio in India is still very low, and therefore all countries of the world which grew at rapid rates, from Korea to Japan, they grew on the back of private debt. In India, it's public debt. So we need to raise the level of private debt in a very big way, and that should happen in the coming days with asset monetization taking place in a large way.
Right. Mr. Kant, you talked about making the recommendations for these public sector banks. When do we see this getting into play? Given that,
no, I think you should allow this very serious second phase of COVID to get over. It has to go to the group of ministers for approval, and once it gets approved, I think the Deepam will move forward very quickly and very vigorously, not only with the banks and the insurance company, but also with BPCL, with Concor, with Air India, many of which, BEML, many of the major public sector which are in pipeline at an advanced stage.
Right. In fact, a very quick question to you on that count. When we talk about disinvestment, obviously there is a huge target which has been put out for this year as well. Do you see that that trajectory and the target getting impacted because of this very severe second wave that we are undergoing?
I'm a great believer that it's very highly doable with LIC, with BPCL, with Concor, with the two banks, and with insurance company, and many more which we are going to recommend in future. Many more leading PSUs which we'll recommend in the future. It's a very, very doable target. It's a very achievable target and must be achieved. This budget has been a very good budget, and to ensure that The India's economy, its macroeconomic fundamentals are intact. One of the main reasons why the budget was such a remarkable success story was that it pushed for disinvestment, it pushed for asset monetization, and we must ensure its success in the days to come. And we'll all work very hard to ensure that this vision of the government as far as asset monetization and disinvestment is concerned is fully achieved.
Right. So my last question to you. In fact, you have spelled out the reform process which has been carried out, and obviously this takes time. You opened up agriculture, but obviously it also met some resistance on the ground. So going forward, are there any other policy measures that you have been working upon which talks about a more open economy today?
So, my belief is that the key reforms are being carried out now. Key reforms are being carried out. We need really good implementation on ground. There are two areas where I really think that we need to radically improve. One is the performance of our discoms, the state discoms, because electricity costs for industry, for manufacturing in India, electricity costs are high, and we need to make discoms very, very efficient. And there's a huge responsibility for the states that if discoms become efficient, then electricity costs become low, and we need to bring in a lot of more technology, smart meters, better grid management, etc. And therefore, that is one key sector. The other key sector where a lot of technological reforms are required is the logistics sector, where the logistic costs in India are still high, and we need to ensure that we use a lot of more technology. We connect the rail with the road network. In India, we have about 70% of your traffic moving through a road rather than the rail, which makes the cost very high, which takes more time. So we need to ensure that the railways get back its cargo load. It should be carrying close to about 75% of the cargo. And the third thing, to my mind, is what has been done in India is this huge digital transformation, which will drive India's economy forward. And we need to keep pushing for more and more use technology to leapfrog in a big way. And I think the future really lies in using data. We are a data-rich country. We must become more and more data intelligent. We should use artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, the cloud computing, blockchain, robotics, all this, leverage it to the hilt. And that is what many of our startups have started doing, leverage this to the hilt. Every country in the world, including the European countries, China, USA, everyone has suffered from COVID. But those who will prosper will be those countries which use innovation and entrepreneurship, which use digital transformation to grow and expand in the coming years, and use technology to leapfrog. And the other key point is those countries which focus on environmental efficiency, because sustainability and application of circular economy principles will be very, very key for India. Adoption of green technologies will be very, very critical for.
Right. Mr. Kant, thanks a lot. In fact, it's absolutely a rewarding session for me as well, in the sense that we have been following up for some of your initiatives as a publication as well. Thanks a lot for taking out time for Mints India Investment Summit. And thanks once again, sir, for being a part of the publication. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Utpal. Thanks a lot. Wonderful talking to you. Lovely interaction. And thank you, Mithali. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, as always. Utpal, thank you for a great conversation. And I think so many strands to take forward in the next chat that we're going to have. If you were listening carefully, Mr. Kant had some points to make about the two PSU banks that have been identified for disinvestment. In just a few moments from now, we will be joined by the Disinvestment Secretary, Mr. Tuhin Kant Pandey. So lots of questions to put forth to him. Of course, a quick reminder that you're watching the India Investment Summit for Mint. And if there's something that you'd like to highlight from here, we encourage you to head to your social media platforms. Our hashtag is MintIIS. That's where you can talk about what what you've been hearing in these very, very important and deep dive conversations. The one before that as well, around how to build back financially and where the money should be going. We are going to take a breather for just 5, but when we come back, we will be joined by the Disinvestment Secretary, and there will be plenty to talk about that. I will be in conversation with Mr. Tuhin Khan Pandey. That's coming up in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, our apologies. We are facing a technical glitch. We're trying to connect as soon as possible with our next guest. The DIPAM secretary will be joining in to talk about extremely important issues around divestment. So stay tuned, and we're trying to get this sorted as soon as possible. A quick shout out while we're doing that to our sponsors, our presenting partner, TriLegal, co-powered by MIDC, Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, and of course, our associate sponsor, CoinDCX as well. We're going to be back as soon as we can. So we appreciate your patience and we ask you to hold on just a bit. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. This will be a conversation well worth it, I assure you. As you just heard earlier from Mr. Amitabh Kant, it seems like two banks may have been identified for the privatization or the disinvestment process, I should say. And joining me now is the man who is in the know of all of that, the DIPAM Secretary, Mr. Tuhin Kant Pandey. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time out and speaking with us. I want to start with larger targets first, sir, because there is a reality in which our country currently exists. In FY21 as well, certain targets were set out for disinvestment. This time round, we've targeted 1.75 trillion rupees, but you did indicate that this was sort of subject to the situation in terms of COVID. If there were lockdowns or even state lockdowns, business could get impacted and the disinvestment calendar could as well. How are things looking now, sir?
Well, I think I would say that a lot of our disinvestments will be on strategic side this time, because I think Honorable Finance Minister actually listed, in fact, the companies which are going to be disinvested. More of it is privatization, so it's not really from one CPSE to another, which are relatively easier. Our situation is now is that in several of those listed transactions in the budget speech, we have moved progress. I mean, there is a progress that we've moved ahead and EOIs have been received. So the process is on to the second stage, which is actually a due diligence followed by a financial bidding. So I think barring, Concor, which we have EOI, we have not come out. Some of the major transactions, we are already way ahead in terms of EOI and due diligence. But I must admit that, the present wave, we have to see how, how long it is and how soon we are able to have more, freer physical movements, particularly flight schedules and others, because a certain amount of site inspections and so on are also involved in the due diligence. Although these days, much of the due diligence takes place online through the VDRs, which of course are not really so much contingent upon, the lockdowns. But of course, subject to the teams, the human resources that the bidders deploy, subject to their availability, a lot of work can progress online, and some of the work which is more physical will have to actually wait till the things are clearer on the physical movement side. So I would say the disinvestment transaction, there might be a little bit of a delay, depending upon how it goes, how this wave goes.
I go back to the those from the 1.75 trillion rupees. What amount or what ratio would you say EOIs have been received for at this point?
I mean, some of the larger transactions, like for example, we have received the EOI on Air India. We have received the EOI on BPCL, received the EOI on Shipping Corporation, received the EOI on BEML. We have received the EOI on NINL. We have received the EOI on a couple of steel plants of SAIL. So these are the kind of EOIs have been received. Concor EOI we are yet to issue, and of course there is an IPO, which is LIC IPO itself is a largish kind of disinvestment, which of course the preparation is on, and therefore I won't see that at this stage there would be any delay relating to LIC IPO. So we have to wait and watch. At the moment, we feel that there could be, because there are certain things which we were targeting earlier, like we were saying H1, or there was also an issue that some of the things we could accomplish in first quarter. I think that may actually get extended. But if you look at the full FY 21-22, at this moment, we don't find so much of a risk. And we have to watch actually the situation, how long the second wave is and how much disruption it causes.
Just to go through some of those items, one by one, Mr. Pandey, I want to start with LIC. Has the transition into Companies Act been completed, sir? And is there any agreement at this point on how much will be put out in the offer into the market? Will it be 5% or 10%?
Well, LIC need not be converted into a company in order for the IPO. And the necessary amendments to the LIC Act has already been carried out in the last, as a part of finance bill. So there are no legal impediments for LIC IPO. All of them have been addressed, including our discussions with SEBI and also the discussions with IRDAI. And I think LIC, the main critical issue is doing the embedded value, for which the professionals have been hired and on both by LIC as well as DPAM. And there is a program which has been drawn up. This is the most critical task, and that I think we are monitoring on a very intensive basis, almost on a week-to-week basis. So once it is done, the legal impediments have already been through. Has already been cleared. So we are hopeful of LIC IPO in the last quarter.
That is a target you have set out earlier. So you're holding with the Q4 FY22 target. Will you wait for the feedback in terms of the EV or the embedded value being created? Or have you, as I was asking earlier, already set aside what percentage will be IPO'd?
I think we will have a clearer idea once the embedded value comes in. All what we have said is, of course, given the size, it will be a pretty large issue. And, what will be the size, we will take the appropriate decision once we have more clarity on the embedded value.
Aside from the IPO for LIC itself, it has been considered that the government could also look at monetizing other assets for LIC. For example, the land parcels and several real estate that LIC holds. Will that be conducted as a separate exercise, or at this point is the attention and focus on getting this IPO on track and getting it ready for Q4?
At the point, we are pretty clear on that it is IPO that we are targeting. Of course, the real estate, etc., will be valued as a part of overall valuation. That will be done. Embedded value is a part of it, but on top of embedded value, there are other valuation, structural valuation as well, which includes the real estate valuation.
You mentioned earlier as well, Mr. Pandey, that the EOI has been received for BPCL. So I think that one was planned for the second quarter. Does that hold on the calendar? And what kind of valuation is it that the government is keen on? What are the proceeds that they hope to get from BPCL?
See, this market value of the BPCL has to be discovered through a bidding process. So therefore, there is no a priori, as you know, that it's a listed company. Yeah. So its valuation is available in the market, and that keeps changing also with the perception of the market and also the other events. But ultimately, it is a bidding process which will discover its value, because control will be passed on, and how the bidders are viewing it, because going forward, they would be controlling the company and the government will fully exit. So it's not really unlike a share market sale, where the people are investing in the share market, in the shares. This is something different, where the strategic buyer will acquire control. And of course, it will have to give an open offer also to the minority shareholders as per the SEBI norms. So there were a couple of intermediate things were there in the BPCL disinvestments. Those have been accomplished. One of them was, the Numaligarh refinery, which was a part of which was to be separately sold to a CPSC buyer as per the decisions of the cabinet. That has been already accomplished in the month of March. So Numaligarh refinery is out of BPCL thing. The BPCL also has done some strategic other deals in terms of Bharat Oman refineries taking their share and so on. Their employee ESOP decision has also been done. There is also there were also the shares, treasury shares, which were to be got rid of before disinvestment. That also has been fairly accomplished. So I think a lot of intermediate things have been done. So far as the BPCL management is concerned, bidders are now engaged in the due diligence process. And given the size of the company, of course, it will take a few months to complete that process.
Current estimates though vary between 75 to 80,000 crores in terms of the proceeds that could be got from this privatization. Would that be a fair estimate, Mr. Pandey?
No, I would not hazard any guess on this, and neither should I. I mean, it's like it's a listed company. There is a process involved, and we are not doing any guesswork on that.
Okay, let's move to the other two, which did get a green flag of sorts in the union budget. Has the Finance Ministry decided and targeted the two PSU banks that will be going down the privatization road? We just heard from Mr. Amitabh Kant that recommendations were made by Niti Aayog for these two banks. Has that moved forward, sir?
I think that will be taken forward. It has to be brought in sync with the legislative changes also which are required in this case. And Department of Financial Services are deeply engaged into this process along with the RBI.
And by which quarter or by which month do you think there could be more details?
I think typically, I think they were targeting monsoon session for bringing the amendments.
It would be fair to say that the calendar in terms of divestment looks quite back-ended this time, Mr. Pandey. A lot of the collections will hopefully happen in H2.
Well, as I said, that the FM has suggested that the two banks and one insurance company will be taken up. So it wasn't really that they were not really clearly said that they could be accomplished all in 21-22. Of course, we have another one, which is IDBI Bank. And what she said in the budget speech, that in addition to the IDBI Bank, there'll be two more banks.
You have taken additional charge of the post of Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation as well, Mr. Pandey, and at a very crucial time. I think I heard you mention earlier that Air India as well has received an EOI. That's a big one, sir. Could you update us on what's happening over there and how far discussions have progressed?
The Air India, again, the due diligence process is on, and it's quite a complex process, as you know, because there are hundreds of contracts that the bidders have to go through, and there are series of technical details they have to go through in terms of planes and other assets that they are going to acquire. So that process is currently on, and as I said, there could be a little bit of a slippage in terms of time, as what we were planning earlier. This Air India could have been accomplished, in fact, the fastest actually, because we were well on course. But the question is that there is also an element of physical inspections that may be involved in terms of assets that is there, and some international facilitatory movement on travel also may be needed. So while, as I said, that the VDR process is on, where the data can be and other things can be, information can be digested, but there could be other technical inspections which have to be organized within this current scenario. So it's a very dynamic situation, and we will keep front this. Air India is, as a company, is ready to give all the necessary help to the bidders to arrive at their due diligence process.
What is the feedback or the environment in terms of these conversations around Air India, though, Mr. Pandey? Because we understand that the eligibility criteria for prospective bidders was brought down a little bit. What kind of environment or feedback did you get from prospective buyers? And does the ministry itself lean any way between preferring a domestic buyer or an overseas buyer?
That is that this is an open process, transparent process. There is no question of us picking up anything. It was openly bidded. The EOIs have been received as per the terms and conditions. So there is no leverage that we have to do any other thing except to allow the bidders a level playing field as per the EOI conditions. So it's a process which is absolutely open. So in the sense that who could have participated, what are the terms and conditions, what are the net worth, all of this has been already been mentioned and the EOIs have been received. So there is now only the bidders which are qualified only have to move forward in the rest of the transaction.
And when you say the situation is fluid, you would not be penciling this into FY 2022?
No, I didn't say that. I said that definitely we are targeting within 21. I mean, we were saying in terms of the time, we were targeting it earlier. So we were targeting H1, before H1 and so on. So there could be an issue if the wave actually continues for a long time.
Okay. What about BSNL and MTNL, sir? Because we did hear that there were some delays, but specific assets were going to be brought forward. Could you just update us on what's happening with those two?
BSNL, MTNL, there is as a terms of their rehabilitation package, there were certain disposal which they were supposed to do, and they have been doing these disposals and trying to identify properties that they have in different locations, and some of which are being routed through DIPAM framework, where they, along with, Ministry of Civil Aviation and MTNL, BSNL, and DIPAM are engaged in identifying certain property and putting them into auction. And some of them have been identified. I think 7 of the properties have been, fairly taken to sort of for the bidding process. There, I think probably ready. So very soon the bidding will take place on those properties. In addition, the MTNL, BSNL are also trying to settle some of their own properties along with other potential buyers in the government and the semi-government. And these 7 properties that I mentioned, they will be put to bidding, not specifically to any CPSE buyers. There will be open bidding for them. And this will be an ongoing process. More properties will also be identified, and all of these work will also not be accomplished in 1 year, because they have several properties, and in some cases there are also certain encumbrances, there are certain reservations, certain assignments which need to be clear before they put to the bidding, for which the BSNL and MTNL have been asked to work out with the respective state governments.
There is a degree of circumspection, sir, about the divestment targets, particularly because of the trend of the last 2 years. For example, even in FY21, proceeds were closer to about 33,000 crores, well short of the targets. Let me ask you, considering the environment, both in terms of the pandemic as also the financial environment right now, how confident you are feeling of being able to achieve the target that was set in the union budget this time round?
I mean, my point is that we have to see the evolving situation. See, you have a budget. When you are talking of last year budget, you do have a, that's something where I think that has been rehashed many times over. In the last year budget, and then the COVID which struck and the whole world economy went into a tailspin. So obviously the budgets are planned for the whole year, assuming a certain situation. And unfortunately, the COVID has been quite extraordinary in terms of its impact and in terms of the way it evolves. Now, before we think, actually, the virus itself has actually evolved in many ways. So, but definitely we have to react to that situation, and everything can't be anticipated.
But would you say a large part of this depends and pivots such as LIC and a successful IPO going through? Would that be priority number one for you as Secretary DIPAC?
No, I mean, so far as we are concerned, I mean, we are continuing with our own process, whatever is there, and there is no stopping us. There's only, but in any way, as I said, that, everything happens and, you need two hands to clap. So any divestment would mean that there are bidders on the other side. And we have to listen to them as well. And to some extent, I think our timing will be conditioned with the way they respond. Now, so far, our response had been very good. In fact, post-budget, there has been tremendous response, as I said, to some of our EOIs. And I think we have to, the last month or so, there has been the pandemic has really come like a storm. And we have to also wait, see if the storm passes, we can then gather our things and then continue. I mean, if you really see, the stock markets are also going up and down. Also, I think it's not that, there is a, desperate situation so far as the markets are concerned, that no business is being done. I think there is a certain level of resilience also in the market, in the businesses, which they are also learning. But certainly we can't, say that, okay, 15 days here, then 1 month there, something happens. Then obviously, certain adjustments have to be made. But that does not that at this moment bring us to any despondency so far as FY 21-22 is concerned.
Right. Sorry about that. We're having some technical issues. So I'm hearing the delay, sir. One final in a long time where
Sally, not able to hear you. Are you?
okay, sir. So sorry, some tech trouble. Guys, can we get back in with the conversation? We can relieve, sir. I just had one final question for you, sir. I don't think it's, we've seen this before where the entire 1987 batch has taken over the finance ministry. There's 4 of you and you are finance secretary in waiting. Is that a role you are prepping yourself for?
No, I'm not finance secretary in waiting.
But by way of order of seniority, you are you not?
No, I think Somnathan is senior in the civil list.
I see. But is there a different sense of camaraderie, sir, to have 4 of you in total as batchmates working in the FinMin together?
Yeah, it's very nice. I mean, I think we do have excellent rapport, and I think we are able to sort out our internal things. So it's a very good, and of course, Tarun is there as well in although 88, but he's a very dear colleague and very, very understanding.
Wonderful. Great to hear that the team is working so well. Thank you so much for joining us today and taking time out and speaking with us.
Thank you, Mithali. Thank you.
Lots of important takeaways there from the divestment secretary. It looks like the intent is strong in order to bring the LIC IPO to the market. Perhaps in the second half, as he indicated, things are also moving on other fronts, both with BPCL, where an EOI has been received, as also as he indicated with Air India. But over there, the situation may be a little more fluid. And at this point, while he was non-committal about holding on to the divestment target, he seemed intent on getting some of these large issues out of the way. Remember, there are the 2 PSU banks as well that will likely hit the market at this point, and divestment proceeds will indeed be important for the government, particularly in an uncertain economic environment. So lots to take away from there. But let's switch gear from what's happening within the finance ministry and the local to the global. We've got another extremely interesting conversation coming up. And this one is really about how to build resilience and innovation on a global level. I'm very, very pleased to welcome Soo Yi Kim. She's Senior Managing Director and Head of Asia Pacific at CPP Investments. And she's joined by Swaraj Singh Dhanjal. This is another interesting fireside chat. So listen in before we come back and wind up for the day, but also tell you about what to watch out for in the days to come.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Mint India Investment Summit. We have a special keynote address and a fireside chat for you. I would like to welcome on stage Soo Yi Kim, Senior Managing Director and Head of Asia Pacific at CPPIB. CPPIB, as we all know, is one of the biggest investors in India, has been investing in India for over a decade now. And it is what we call the so-called patient capital, and I believe that is the kind of capital that India will need more and more going ahead as we are trying to defeat this pandemic and we look to put our economy back on the fast track to growth. I'm sure our viewers and listeners would like to know more about what CPPIB has planned for India in the coming months and as well years going ahead. So without taking any more time, I would like to call you and deliver your keynote address to our viewers.
Thank you, Swaraj. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to speak with you today. I think the topic of the summit, the road to recovery, is very timely for India as well as for the world. On days when we are surrounded by bad news about the pandemic, I think the road to recovery may seem like a really, really long one. But I'm sure that you know as well that this too will pass. I think the important thing to remember is to focus on staying resilient. I believe resilience is what differentiates those who can weather the storm successfully and who cannot. So today I want to discuss 3 topics: resilience, innovation, and sustainability, as we continue with our road to recovery and how those are reflected in CPPIB's investments in India. So let me start with the resilience. As you know, no country is immune from the impact of the pandemic we're going through now. India is now going through a second wave with daily cases much higher than the previous peak. In Hong Kong, where I live, the pandemic began much earlier than the most of the world, and we now have gone through 4 waves of infections. While the total cases in Hong Kong are much smaller than India, I remember the second and third waves being the most difficult because many people thought the pandemic was under control, but it came back with a bigger force. Over this pandemic, I think the biggest challenge that companies have to deal with is the slow economic activities and uncertainty on the path of recovery, how it's going to pan out this year and next year, and whether there will be long-term impacts. So let me share a story of one of our portfolio companies in India, Delivery, a third-party logistics company, which experienced a great deal of uncertainty during the first wave of pandemic, but was highly resilient to the challenges. So this is what the company did. At the beginning of last year, when the pandemic began spreading internationally outside of India, it wasn't in India yet, Delivery's management team already adapted precautions, such as working from home for their corporate staff, strict sanitization, social distancing, and protective gear procurement and usage. And in March of last year, when the Indian government announced the lockdown, Delivery and all other logistics companies had to suspend operations immediately. But over the time, Delivery turned around and used their technology platform to customize categories of products into essentials and non-essentials and characterize the areas into safe and unsafe zones across the whole country in India within 7 days. And as you know, the ability to have that information real time was critical, given those were changing dynamically by various levels of government based on the local COVID situation. Delivery also developed a database of more than 600 million delivery points through its last mile bikers, connecting map coordinates to addresses, and that allowed them to deliver faster than their competitors. Delivery's clients were also given access to its data and analytics capabilities that really help their client to restart their business. So what is important here is that the company had the agility to transform the way it conducted its business in record time to meet the COVID challenges. As a result, last year, the company was able to deliver far greater volumes compared to their pre-COVID volumes and also compared to their competitors. I think this is a great example of how proactive planning, use of technology, and customer orientation could turn adversity into opportunity and build a resilient business. Do you know that actually the most resilient companies are often also most innovative companies as well? There are a couple of researches recently showing that resilient employees demonstrate about 20% higher innovation and creativity scores. And oftentimes this gets translated into higher bottom lines for companies, higher profitability for companies. So let me move to the second topic, innovation. Post-COVID, we're seeing significant acceleration of innovation, which is also a key investment theme globally. In India, there are many factors driving growth in such innovative companies, including technology adoption. India has 800 million internet users and more than 150 million online shoppers, and that number is growing every year, if not every day. Availability of top technology talent is also a factor. India is home to over 3 million software engineers, and this engineering talent is one of the largest globally and relatively lower cost versus most Western countries. Booming startup ecosystem is another important factor for growth of innovative companies in India. We have seen unprecedented pace of new company formation and a surge in the number of soon-to-be unicorns, sunicorns, and unicorns. Just during the pandemic alone, I heard that there were 1,600 new startups were founded in India, which is amazing. For us, investing in innovative companies has been a key investment theme globally as well as in India. Globally, we invested in companies like Waymo, Google autonomous driving company, companies like Uber, Alibaba, Tencent, Meituan, Databricks, and Moderna, just to name a few. In India, both our public equity and private equity teams are actively looking to partner with exciting technology companies. For example, back in 2018, we invested in Byju's, an education technology company focusing on online tutoring for K-12 students. They integrate content, media, and technology to drive conceptual learning and have done a great job providing access to the best teachers to students across the country, even for students in remote rural areas. And Byju has significantly grown its subscribers over the pandemic and is now the most valuable edtech company in India. Last topic I want to talk about on the road to recovery is sustainability. COVID-19 has also exposed the fault lines in the conventional way of doing business. And there's an increasing focus globally on the need to build back better and build back in a sustainable way. Global investors and multinational companies have made commitments to integrate sustainable development at the heart of the recovery process. Sustainability has also been one of our key focus area ever since we issued our first responsible investing report in 2008, which is more than a decade ago. In 2018, we also launched a climate change program, which is a multi-year initiative designed to help us protect our holdings against climate-related risks. But it's not only about the risks, it's also opportunities, thinking about how we can capture the opportunities created by climate changes. We have made meaningful progress over the last couple of years, integrating the assessment of climate-related risks and opportunities into our investment process. That includes top-down work such as economic modeling and scenario analysis. It is really to understand how different potential climate outcomes, how the curve is going to happen, will impact our portfolio. And then we also do bottom-up analysis for all of our major investments as part of our underwriting process. We're also focusing on investment themes like energy industry transition to a low carbon world. Our sustainable energy team is focused on investing in renewables around the world, including India. In India, we invested in Renew Power, a renewable company. We will soon also announce another investment in a leading renewable energy developer. We understand India remains committed to reducing the greenhouse gas emissions and set a target of 450 gigawatts of installed renewables by 2030. So we see lots of opportunities in the renewable sector. In closing, I'd like to say that India is a critical part of CPPIB's investment strategy. And we've been investing in India for over a decade, as Swaraj mentioned. We opened our office in Mumbai back in 2015 and have a strong team on the ground with significant experiences across asset classes. So far, we have invested 12 billion Canadian dollars in India, which is relatively small, only about 2.5% of our total fund. But we have an ambitious plan to really significantly grow our portfolio in India across all asset classes: real estate, infrastructure, renewables, private equity, public equity, and credit. Although this ongoing pandemic has impacted the economy, Indian economy in the near term, India's macro fundamentals remain strong. And as a long-term committed investor in India, we will continue to stay focused on these long-term trends and look for companies which are resilient, innovative, and sustainable in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Sui, for sharing those valuable insights and CPPIB's perspective and plans for India. And these interesting themes that you spoke about, resilience, sustainability, and recovery. Lots to unpack here. But the biggest question I think that I would like to start off this chat with is, I'm sure our viewers would also want to know, is how, post the pandemic, the allocation, geography-wise allocation for CPPIB has changed. Has there been any variation in what you were planning, say, early 2020 to deploy in India versus now in 2021, the kind of capital that you are planning to deploy here? So are you looking to deploy more capital in India going ahead?
Yeah, as I just mentioned, we're a very long-term committed investor in India. And this pandemic did not change our long-term investment strategy. You might have heard about our CPPIB 2025 strategy, where we said that we're going to invest up to 1/3 of our total assets in emerging markets. And India is a key part of that. In fact, actually, despite the pandemic, we've been having a very active year last year across different asset classes and strategies in India, and we deployed more than 2 billion Canadian dollars. So it's been a very active year.
Okay. You mentioned about technology companies and startups, and like you mentioned, there have been dozens of unicorns that have been created over the last 12 months of the pandemic, and even more the so-called unicorns. But when one looks at CPPIB's portfolio and direct exposure to these tech companies in India, vis-a-vis your other investments, whether it's in the public markets or on the infrastructure side, it seems that on the tech side, you haven't taken those many large bets. So could you elaborate on how you plan to, like you said, you are very excited about the pace at which startups are being created in India and the pace at which unicorns are being created. So what exactly is your strategy when it comes to these startups? Because while many years ago there was a big question mark on a lot of these companies, but I believe post-pandemic they have proven to everybody that these companies are valuable and that there is a real business model here. It's not just about burning cash to grow. So what are the spaces that you are excited about when it comes to startups and technology?
Yeah, thank you, Suarez. It's a great question. We're very excited about the potential for the innovative companies in India. But we don't just look at the investment by sectors, but look at actually overall theme. And innovation has been a key theme that we've been focusing on globally, and as well as India. I think we're getting more excited about India. And when you look at it by the theme and innovation and how the consumers are doing the consumption, you can express this innovation theme and then online theme in many different ways. For example, logistics is one of the sectors that you could say that it will significantly benefit with the consumer behavior changes and innovation that is happening. We've been a big investor in logistics sector. I talked about delivery just now. It's one of the logistics company in India. We are also owner of largest modernized industrial, so warehouses in India as well. That's called Indospace. We have significant invest in there. And then we've been also investing in traditional technology companies where we draw this Indian software engineer talent that I talked about. And then we made an investment in companies like Hexaware, Virtusa, which just closed just recently as well, and NIIT, which are IT services companies. All of these are IT services companies. And then we are interested in investing more in this sector, and you will see us becoming more and more active.
Okay. One of the themes that you mentioned was sustainability, and infrastructure has been one of the early sectors that you have been deploying capital into. You spoke about one of your large portfolio companies, Renew Power. When it comes to infrastructure, as what we have also seen in the recently announced budget, that there is a lot of push from the government side on infrastructure, kicking in the spending cycle and So a lot of projects have been announced. Asset recycling is something that the government is keenly looking at. What is the role that CPPIB as a large investor sees, in helping India out when it comes to its issues on the infrastructure side? I know you have been investing in roads, renewables. Are there other sectors within infra that you're looking at, and especially when it comes to this whole asset recycling question through the national investment pipeline? Are you excited about that?
Yes, great question. We're very excited about that. And as you have just alluded, we have very deep expertise in infrastructure investments. And we're very encouraged by the government's mega infra privatization plan that's announced. And I think you might have seen that I recently wrote an article in Mint about how encouraging that announcement is. And we think this is an important step that for the India's continued reform and to achieve the long-term sustainable growth. We have a very large global infrastructure investor. We have over 40 billion Canadian dollars invested in infrastructure across different assets, whether it's a toll road, energy production or transmission. India, we own a number of toll roads there as well. And then we are also experienced in government asset monetization projects. Like, for example, in Australia, we have invested in WestConnex, which is a toll road project that government privatized with our partner. And then we're actively seeking opportunities in brownfields and privatizations. And we can also do development projects as our development platform that we own globally as well.
Are you looking at more of that? I mean, greenfield investments, development projects?
We can do development as well, but what we like to do is just as opposed to just doing greenfield from the beginning, we oftentimes have brownfield or company that's already matured, and then using the company's capability to be able to develop the project, we can undertake the greenfield in those cases. So that's what I mean by utilizing our development platform, that we can undertake those developments as well.
Okay. An allied sector to infrastructure, maybe some thoughts on that. Real estate, that's also been a place where CPPIB has invested a lot. And the pandemic put up a lot of question marks on, in the initial days, everybody was talking about what the impact will be on commercial real estate because of work from home. How has that story panned out over the last year?
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, no one was free from the impact from the pandemic. But what I was impressed was how our partners and Indian entrepreneurs have been able to deal with the pandemic. I just talked about our case in delivery. Yes, we do have investments in real estate as well. But the way that our managers and our team has been able to deal with, to be able to quickly pick up when things come back, was quite amazing. So I think that resilience and building in your business process and then people, the resilience has been very important, and I'm very impressed with how that's being dealt with. And as I mentioned, I want to reiterate that we have strong conviction on the long-term macro prospects of India, and that we will continue to invest in across all the asset classes.
Okay. I hope that's a view that your counterparts also share across the world. So yeah, I wanted to ask you, again, going back to how pandemic has been reshaping the world. Global supply chains were disrupted, and post that, the Indian government has specifically been trying to push local manufacturing, make India a big manufacturing hub, and try to kind of exploit some of these realignment of supply chains that's happening, whether businesses and supply chains shifting parts of their supply chains to other emerging markets, and India has been trying to kind of get into that. Do you think some of these schemes that the Indian government has announced, whether the production-linked incentive schemes and a lot of other SOFs that have been announced for manufacturing, whether it's in the pharma sector, chemicals, and elsewhere in auto, is that something that is making Indian manufacturing an attractive investment destination for you?
I think that is very encouraging as well. I think India has potential to emerge as a major supply chain hub driven by this large workforce and competitive cost base that India market offers. As you know, many companies are looking to diversify their supply chains, right? And that's another thing over the pandemic that we got to realize that is a very important the part of the company's strategy. It will continue to be the important part of the company's strategy. And looking at governments encouraging FDIs in the manufacturing sector, all the measures that came out from the government is very encouraging. So it's one of the sectors that we're looking at closely as well.
Okay. You mentioned the resilience, and you shared this interesting story about how delivery kind of managed to grow through the pandemic and the things that they changed and tweaked around. Has that become a very important factor, resiliency of the management teams and the business model when you're looking at making new investments and when you're analyzing entrepreneurs, Indian entrepreneurs, whom to back? Is that something that's a big factor that you're looking at now?
It is an important factor. As I mentioned, I would say that that's sustainability point. And then, I mean, a lot of people call it ESG, but we have actually incorporated ESG reviews as part of our investment process a couple of years ago. Actually, we started looking at this sustainable and responsible investing ever since 2008, so we're ahead of many other investors. We issued our report, and this has been part of our investment review process. There's an ESG diligence process that the deal team needs to go through for all of our major investments. And in addition to that, we have added a climate change theme starting from 2018. And then we continue to improve our framework, how we do the diligence. Like, for example, as you know, like over a pandemic, you can see the difference between the company that has been able to deal with the crisis better and versus the other companies. And if you don't have the focus on the safety and the health of our employees, you won't be able to come back when the economy opens, right? So having those right framework in place and process in place has been part of our investment review process for many years, actually.
Okay. You invest across Asia. So I would like to ask you this question. In your view, how have the Indian entrepreneurs been able to, how have they managed this pandemic, and how would you, rate that management vis-a-vis what you've seen in some of the other emerging markets? And were there any unique lessons that you picked up from the Indian management teams that you have probably applied elsewhere in other emerging markets?
I would say creativity and agility. That's why my first topic was talking about resilience. And I find that actually a lot of emerging market entrepreneurs need to have that creativity and agility to be able to adapt and grow their business. Right? When you talk to the developed market colleagues and companies, they surprise how things are done. Right? I talked about delivery, how they were able to map the address to the mapping code using their last mile bikers. Right? And when you go to Indonesia, you see the motorcyclists. So it is very different from like people thinking about driving the cars and having the perfect map and GPS system already. You need to reinvent yourself. Execution is all about the details, and I've seen a lot of creativity in Indian entrepreneurs, and I've been impressed with that.
Okay, so that is it from my side. Any other thoughts you want to share with us?
I think that's been great. Thanks for the conversation. Thank you again for inviting me. Again, we're a very committed investor in India, and hope that next time I can join the event in person.
Thank you so much, Zoe. It was a pleasure to have you as part of the Mint India Investment Summit. And yes, I do hope next time we can have you at the physical event, hopefully.
Mm-hmm. And I want to tell everybody, stay safe, stay well. The second wave will come under control soon, hopefully.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Thank you from everyone from the Mint family.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And that's a sentiment we echo. Please stay safe, take care of yourselves and your families. This is a 3-day event, so we're going to be back tomorrow and the day after that. And there's going to be plenty of extremely engaging conversations and very, very insightful voices joining in. Again, as we wind down, a big thank you to our sponsors. Couldn't have put this together without them. So to our presenting partner, Trilegal, to our co-partner MIDC, the Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, and of course to our associate sponsor CoinDCX, a big thank you. We'll wind down proceedings for today over here, but we will see you again tomorrow. Do stay tuned, and of course, give us a shout out on social. We'd love to hear what you thought of day one. Thank you. Goodbye. Stay safe.